Chapter 307. Single Blade's blade technique was light and agile. The changes were strange, causing Ling Su's heart to be secretly shocked. But his pointed sea spears was the nemesis of such blade techniques. The pointed sea spears were unchanging and were not affected by the opponent. Qiao Feng constellation was one of the ancient constellations that disappeared. If it was another constellation, Ouyang sure might not know, but Qiao Feng constellation was a constellation that every Aries constellation student knew, because the constellation that swallowed Qiao Feng constellation was Aries constellation. The pointed sea spears was like a swamp, faintly emitting a suction force. And, for some reason, every time the spear aura swept past, Single Blade's heart would suddenly feel an intense sense of danger. Qiu Zhijun's eyes released a bright light, his clothes fluttering without any wind. He slowly spat out 5 words. "King Peacock Eyes!" A lump of shadow gradually became clearer and thicker beneath his feet. Ling Su was taken aback. With a thought, Flamingo retreated backwards, his fingers moving continuously. In a flash, he laid out waves of spear auras in front of him. "Hey, Zhuyen, what are you doing?" Ouyang sure glanced at Zhuyen, who was watching the screen with a face of surprise. "Aren't you going to rest? You have a test in the afternoon." Single Blade's eyes flashed with a cold aura. He decided to end the battle quickly. This technique, Flock Blade Cloud, consumed a lot of energy, and Single Blade rarely used it, but he had never failed, and the only time it was broken through was by Big Sister Mengwei. Single Blade's second slash in front of him missed, and his heart was surprised. Most martial artists, if they were attacked from behind, their first reaction would be to move forward to get rid of the enemy. Ling Su had rich battle experience. Flamingo and his thoughts were linked and did not move forward, but instead fiercely jumped backwards. Ling Su suddenly realized Single Blade's figure was nowhere to be seen, and his face changed. "Not good, above my head. I almost made a huge mistake. I definitely cannot be tricked by this asshole, but..." Ouyang Shi's face was covered in tears. He had actually forgotten that the person in front of him was a bookworm. His arm, with an extremely small tremble, countless tiny saber radiants, constantly gushed out from his saber body into the sparrow saber cloud. Ouyang Shi was stunned. He subconsciously shook his head. How is that possible? Wasn't Qiao Feng constellation swallowed by our Aries constellation? Hey, did you learn history for nothing? I have 1,000,000 star coins. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ouyang Shi even had the thought of finding a piece of tofu and knocking his head against it. If the top student doesn't take the exam, the teacher will chat a little. The saber cloud grew thicker and thicker. Single Blade's face revealed a strenuous expression. However, his gaze was firmly fixed on Ling Su. Zhuo Yan rattled off a bunch of things, directly knocking Ouyang Shi unconscious. Where is he? Ouyang Shi was a little tempted, but when he thought of the teacher in charge of the examination in the afternoon, his heart trembled. Shua! Single Blade was also startled. Knights like Ling Su usually walked the path of firm and fierce spear arts. Never had he imagined that Ling Su's spear arts would be fluid and full of tangled strength, which was so unconventional. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ouyang Shi immediately sobered up. He immediately regretted it, so much that his intestines turned green. He said, "What I meant was Aries constellation." Ling Su's heart was beating wildly. Almost at the same time, he felt a chill behind his neck. It truly is the blood meridians of Qiao Feng constellation. What about the exam? Ling Su's heart suddenly trembled. The opponent's chi suddenly became erratic and light, and he was unable to lock onto it. Be Blade. This strange sense of familiarity came from nowhere. Ling Su dared to guarantee that it was the first time he had encountered such a strange blade technique. If Ouyang Shi did not take the exam, the teacher would beat him to death. Good, I'll go. I'm watching people fight. Zhuo Yan did not even turn his head. His appearance was delicate and pretty with a bit of scholarly air. He hugged onto a bucket of popcorn and ate at the same time. There's only so much to do during the exam. Do you need to rest? A fine blade, aura, swept past his scalp. The ice-cold blade, aura, caused all the hairs on Ling Su's body to stand. A strand of silver hair on the back of his head was cut off and scattered into the air. Ling Su squinted his eyes and looked at single blade in front of him. Black and yellow intersecting V patterns covered single blade's entire body, making him look as though he was painted. A trace of suspicion flashed past Ling Su's heart. He did not know why, but the opponent's blade technique actually made him feel somewhat familiar. The dense blade aura that resembled a swarm of bees collided with the spear aura. The surface of the spear aura exploded with countless sparks. It shrunk by half, but it forcefully broke through Ling Su's pointed sea spears. How could a person's temperament change so much? Without thinking, Ling Su suddenly lowered his body and laid on Flamingo's back. Vermilion B blade cloud. After breaking through 2 layers of spear screens, the fragmented blade aura finally disappeared. Ji Ling. Ouyang Shi's mind flashed with a beautiful figure. Meng Wei was indescribably shocked. The Tang Tian in front of her was brimming with dangerous qi. Ouyang Shi's heart palpitated, but he was still calm. His mind kept repeating, "Don't go, don't go." Lupus constellation. Zhuo Yan did not notice the change in Ouyang Shi's expression. His attention was focused on the screen. It was his ice blue left eye. What exactly was that? Ling Su's situation was much better than Tang Tian's. Zhuo Yan did not even look at Ouyang Shi. While stuffing popcorn into his mouth, he chattered incessantly. This is hailed as a battle that will change the entire situation. The entire world situation will change because of it. Your blood is boiling. Young man, if you miss this battle, it will be a lifetime regret. Meng Wei looked at Tang Tian in shock. Single blade descended at an extremely fast speed. The blade in his hand was raised up high. Countless of fragmented blade auras, like a swarm of black bees, surrounded his blade and whistled. Suddenly, Ouyang Shi thought about the opponent's identity as a scholar and felt that it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. When he saw the one-armed blade artist on the screen, he could not help but exclaim out loud. "Oh!" Zhuo Yan's reply made Ouyang Shi feel that he did not even hear his teachings. Just as Ouyang Shi was prepared to attack him again, Zhuo Yan suddenly said, "Speaking of which, that guy holding the blade seems to have the blood meridians of Qiao Feng constellation." "So fast!" Zhuo Yan heavily patted Ouyang Shi's shoulder, interrupting him. His face was filled with reverence as he looked at Ouyang Shi. As expected of senior Ouyang, his breadth of mind and boldness is definitely not something an ordinary student can compare to. Ideals, this is the greatness of ideals. Only a person like senior is worthy of such a grand ideal. We will definitely return with great rewards. At that time, everyone will be shocked by our discoveries. Even senior Jiling will be shocked and worshipped by senior's achievements. She will definitely become senior's most fanatical fan. Now we are only left with the simplest problem, travel expenses. We only need 600,000 star coins, and we will be able to realize this grand plan. Ling Su, who was below for some reason, had a strange look on his face. "I knew it. Senior is such a hero, and will definitely not be overcautious, and will definitely not be afraid to move forward. That is because Senior is a man of his word, and every spit he spits is a nail." Zhuo Yan clapped his hands and said passionately, "Even this last obstacle has disappeared. Then what else can stop us from realizing this grand plan? There is no time to lose, Senior Ouyang. Let us set off now." Single Blade, who was descending from the sky, his eyes flashed with a stern look and fiercely slashed down. Ouyang Shi felt that he had finally found a chance to mock the top student and said earnestly, "Young lad, You must place your thoughts on the right path. Lupus constellation. What kind of countryside is that? And even cause a change in the structure of the world? Only we, the 12 ecliptic palaces, have the qualifications to say such words. Single Blade's figure disappeared again, but this time Ling Su was prepared. He gently rubbed his fingers, and the pointed sea spears transformed into a ball-shaped spear screen, enveloping his entire body. On his face, a yellow and black pattern suddenly appeared, like the pattern on a bee's body. His expression immediately froze. Wait, what did I just say? In a faraway place in a different corner, almost the same voice sounded out. Where did the battle take place? Yang asked, and hated himself for not living up to expectations. Tang Tian's left eye suddenly became azure blue, like an ice sapphire. Zhuyan and Yang did not notice that on the light screen behind them, Ling Su, who was looking up, had a weird look on his face. Right. Zhuyan spoke very quickly. As fast as he spoke, he threw popcorn into his mouth. The popcorn formed a line, flying into his mouth, and said unclearly, Qiao Feng constellation. Why don't we go and capture this guy to research? This kind of opportunity is not often seen. Our Aries constellation and Qiao Feng constellation have a deep relationship. Who knows, we might be able to find something interesting from inside. The pointed sea spears in his hands suddenly exploded like rain. Single Blade felt the temperature of the blood in his body dropping. His mouth curled into a cold smile, and the blade in his hand tightened. Before he could react, a fine blade aura suddenly appeared in front of him. Every blade aura was the size of a fingernail, but there were many of them, densely packed together, looking like a swarm of hornets. Countless cold auras flickered and interweaved. With one look, one could tell that it was filled with danger. Regardless of which angle Single Blade sneak attacked from, he would trigger his own spear screen. Single Blade did not chase, he needed to catch his breath. Ling Su's pointed sea spears were filled with a sticky suction force. If he was not careful, he would easily fall into it. It was his first time seeing such a strange spear technique. Exam? Such a good opportunity is right in front of you, and you're still thinking about exams? Don't tell me your heart is only so big. All right, I admit that I have misjudged you. At most, I'll be a month of hard labor. That is already the most severe punishment, senior. Think about it, using a month of hard labor to exchange for such a rare opportunity. What reason is there not to be willing? When Yang's foot stepped out of the door, he immediately reacted. Suddenly, Ling Su's eyes constricted. Single Blade's right hand disappeared in the air. It was still the same face, clearly covered in sweat, but the bone-chilling cold indifference made it seem as though the young man in front of him had changed into another person. Ling Su's unexpected action gave him a chance to catch his breath. Both sides quietly faced each other. Go and die. Single Blade's figure suddenly disappeared. Sigh. King Peacock eyes. Schwa. Pavo constellation. Lang Yu, who was sitting in the palace watching the battle, suddenly stood up, staring at Tang Tian on the screen, his face filled with disbelief. King Peacock eyes! Single Blade was scared witless. He knew that he could not continue like this. Chapter 308. Then what about Mahamyuri? It was Sima Zhao's first time hearing the song, and he felt that it was extremely fresh, but his senior brother did not mention Mahamyuri. By right, he should have exhausted all his energy, so how could he maintain such a high-intensity attack? Because he wanted to win. The astonishing qi flowed out. Meng Wei's hair fluttered. Holding onto her sword, her eyebrows were solemn, as though she was a goddess of war. Suddenly, Meng Wei felt a trace of fatigue and was surprised. She needed to focus even more to be able to defend against Tang Tian's attacks. If not for Tang Tian's true power, which was only at the 7th level, then she would have been in deep trouble. Meng Wei had some suspicions in her mind. Her sword force was extremely heavy, and after clashing with Tang Tian so many times, Tang Tian acted as though he was fine. Tang Tian's strength was not bad, but that was only to normal people. To her, he could not even withstand a single blow. The sense of danger came again. It was the Demon King, blazing firefly again. She was about to retract her sword and retreat. She immediately understood. It was Tang Tian's crafty attacks, causing her to be in a constant state of nervousness, and her mental state was starting to show signs of fatigue. After Tang Tian activated his strange blue eyes, the power of his attacks did not change much, but the threat increased by a large margin. It has happened in the past, but it is extremely rare. Qiu Zhijun shook his head. The details have never been passed down. Let us first watch the battle. Pa pa pa! Suddenly, the star map of Cetus constellation appeared in the sky. A gentle light beam shot down from the sky, enveloping the sword in her hand. Was that Tang Tian's true intention? Meng Wei's expression was calm, but her heart was extremely cold. Both parties were fighting fast, causing people to be dazzled. Sparks exploded in front of Meng Wei, Tang Tian's blurred figure, flickering in and out of the flames. Meng Wei's expression was calm. The sword in her left hand did not slow down at all, and accurately struck Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw. Meng Wei was a decisive person. Once she made a decision, she would not hesitate and retreated. Hearing his senior brother muttering to himself, Sima Xiao was surprised. Why can't Tang Tian train in it? The sword accurately struck onto Tang Tian's body, but the feeling of emptiness in her hands made Meng Wei realize that her sword had missed. Tang Tian's strength had actually reached such a formidable level. Burn, red eyes! An I-type martial skill with an insight attribute? So powerful. I want every victory. Eternal victory. You can take the power of a constellation. Sima Xiao was in disbelief. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and stared at Meng Wei. He wanted to laugh, but in the end, it was as if he was convulsing. This kind of predicament, such a strong enemy, did not make Tang Tian feel the slightest bit discouraged. On the contrary, he felt very excited, sincerely excited. Suddenly, 3 specks of light that resembled fireflies appeared at the bottom of her vision. It was the first time in Meng Wei's life that she felt so tired. Ding! Furthermore, this fellow had clashed with him so many times. How could he possibly still have any strength left? In midair, he suddenly took a step forward. His figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared. No, I need to change this situation. Senior brother, what is the King Peacock eyes? Sima Xiao turned and asked curiously, but it was rare to see his senior brother being so serious, and he felt that the matter was becoming more and more interesting. That was the demeanor of a true expert. Any strong martial artist, regardless of their fighting style, would never have a fatal weakness. But Tang Tian's heart did not have any ripples. He continued to change his figure, and under the King Peacock eyes, the might of the wind, concealment steps, and fire scythe, ghost claw, was displayed to its fullest. In Tang Tian's ice blue vision, Meng Wei's aura was soaring at an astonishing speed. An extreme sense of danger enveloped his entire body, and his ice-cold state of mind had signs of becoming unstable. I am that greedy. Qi Lu. The moment the sword in her hand clashed with Tang Tian's claw aura, she sensed that something was wrong. As expected, the sword suddenly bounced up. This was a sign that she had exhausted too much of her physical strength, and with Tang Tian's sharp battle senses, he would definitely be able to sense it. Surprisingly, Tang Tian did not chase after her. A series of sparks suddenly lit up in front of her eyes. Meng Wei's expression was normal, the sword in her left hand, brazenly thrusting forward. So it was like that. Qiu Zhijun's expression congealed even more. Tang Tian definitely used some method to snatch the constellation power of Pavo constellation. Because if he won, he would be praised by everyone. Because he won, he would be able to obtain a lot of wealth. Because he won, he could continue to go further. Because he won, he could continue to fight. The claw technique was extremely strange, but it was also ferocious and violent, an extremely brilliant claw technique. and his true power from the initial ice cold in the blink of an eye had become even more ferocious and strange. The true power was like an intense spinning drill. Tang Tian laughed, revealing his snow-white teeth, and roared like thunder. Bang! I don't know if he is reliable. Hey, you must be reliable. Every time he pierced a light spot, a thread of ice-cold true power would enter the sword body. But what truly made Meng Wei feel troublesome was his freakish body technique. Pavo Constellation. Sima Xiao suddenly thought of something and raised his head. I remember there was a piece of news a while ago saying that many of the treasures of Pavo Constellation had dropped in rank. This matter caused a lot of panic, and many people thought that Pavo Constellation was going to follow in the footsteps of Immortal Constellation. The sword sliced through the air. The sword body contained a powerful force, causing the air that the sword body touched to shatter, giving people the illusion that the sword body was distorting. Once again it missed. There was no light aura, only pure power. Even the Demon King, blazing firefly that was hidden inside, was not able to cause any trouble for Meng Wei. Every time her arm was about to freeze, she would change the sword to another hand. Why do I want to win? In Tang Tian's ice blue vision, Meng Wei, who was in front of him, did not have any flaws. Her sword techniques were simple and plain. She obviously knew her own strengths and weaknesses and was a perfect match. Meng Wei was not without flaws, but she knew how to protect her weaknesses. And Tang Tian's attacks, regardless of the angle or timing, were all amazing, causing Meng Wei to feel unwell. Why am I so excited? Why am I so happy? Why am I not afraid at all? Both of their gazes were back on the battlefield. Tang Tian, who was standing in the air with his hands by his side, emitted an ice-cold aura, indifferently looking at Meng Wei in front of him. His muscles were still aching, but at the moment, Tang Tian's heart was as cold as ice. The sensations in his body were directly cut off. Such a strong enemy. If he could defeat her, then he would definitely improve by a huge step. She would definitely become stronger. Her left and right hands were actually equally strong. Borrowing the King Peacock eyes, Tang Tian and Meng Wei were evenly matched. Qiu Zhijun regained his senses and explained. The reason why the King Peacock eyes is so strong is because it is trained using the power of the constellation. To be able to use the power of the constellation is only the Constellation Master. This generation's Peacock Master is Lang Yu, Pavo Constellation Saint Treasure. The peacock plume is in his hands. So I am curious, how did Tang Tian manage to train in the King Peacock eyes? This posture is so ugly. Wait till I become stronger. I will definitely change it. If I am defeated by the T-Rex, I will definitely be laughed at by the housefly cow. It talks about a type of martial technique. Qiu Zhijun's expression congealed. The legends say that the King Peacock eyes can see through all the techniques in the world. It should be a type of I-type martial technique. There are very few people who can successfully train in it, so it is impossible for Tang Tian to train in it. The sword body trembled, pa, accurately striking. Meng Wei shivered again. Her right hand felt as though it was about to freeze. An extreme sense of danger assaulted Meng Wei's heart. Without thinking, her wrist trembled. The clear and crisp sound of the air exploding. The long sword brought forth a blurred sword image and accurately pierced the 3 fireflies. Southern Sky 42, Phoenix Fire Armor, King Peacock Movement, Human Horse Amorous Spear, Heavenly Crane leaves the east, persevering like a jackal wolf. Qiu Zhijun said indifferently, "There are not many people who remember this ballad. Even I do not remember it completely. It talks about the Southern Sky 42, the strongest of each constellation. Phoenix Fire Armor, the strongest part of the Phoenix, is their fire-type armor. Their fire armor is tyrannical and powerful. Many northern sky-grade armors cannot compare to it. Centaur God Spear refers to the Centaurus constellation. The martial artists of the Centaurus constellation are most proficient in throwing spears. throwing like the wind, and they are naturally romantic, open-minded. The founder of the heavenly Crane constellation, Crane's spiritual master, came from the East, their martial techniques, formed their own school, and is different from the other constellations. Persevering like a jackal wolf, Lupus constellation's environment is harsh and barren, nurturing the Lupus people's persevering character. In the southern sky, 42, no one can compare to them. Wind concealment steps. It was as though there was something sleeping in her body that was gradually awakening. She did not like the feeling. The blood in her body was boiling. She raised her sword and bellowed, "White whale, bestow me the sword!" Such a ferocious T-Rex. Uncle was right, such a ferocious creature. Could it be that Uncle did not marry because of this, suddenly east, suddenly west, rushing forward and suddenly retreating? His body seemed to be able to change direction at any time, completely going against common sense. This allowed Tang Tian to attack from any angle. Meng Wei had no choice but to focus and deal with Tang Tian's unpredictable attacks. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian released the King Peacock eyes, and the blue left eye quickly became dim. The terrifying cold chi around his body suddenly disappeared, and the previously blocked pain and fatigue surged forth like a tide. Tang Tian groaned and almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and endured, but his face was distorted, looking extremely sinister. Only then did Meng Wei see Tang Tian's situation clearly, and her heart relaxed. Tang Tian was completely drenched, perspiring profusely, although the expression on his face was still ice cold. But the perspiration and flushed face, the heavy breathing, the slightly trembling arms, all showed that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Such a strong enemy. If he could defeat her, it would definitely be satisfying. Tang Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. He used all his strength and opened up his arms. Tang Tian's entire body was trembling, looking like a broken scarecrow trembling in the wind. Meng Wei's eyes shrunk. She flipped her wrist, and the sword in front of her suddenly slashed horizontally. Meng Wei suddenly realized that she was holding on to an ice sword. It was extremely cold. She shivered and almost could not hold onto the sword. But her body was extremely strong. She clenched her teeth and endured it, and stabbed behind her. "Ha! I never thought that I would have to use that move." Meng Wei did not look down on him. The Tang Tian in front of her had already given her too many surprises and surprises. Demon King, Blazing Firefly. Chapter 309. The formation of the troops behind Bing was extremely weird. One after another, they formed an umbrella shape and converged around him. A blade aura whizzed past, causing the three of them to jump in fright and immediately dodge to the side, pulling apart the distance. He could not help but turn his head, his gaze landing on the figure covered in black flames. Harboring such suspicions, the Lupus army had attracted a lot of attention from the start, especially when people saw that the one leading the army was a spirit general. They became even more curious. It seemed that every constellation had a possibility. Leo constellation was famed for fire, although black flames were rarely seen. But in Leo constellation, the probability of it appearing was considerable. Sagittarius constellation also had arrow flames, and Scorpio constellation had a higher probability of producing black flames. The blood meridians that Tu Ruhai had come into contact with, the highest level was the equatorial palace hall silver meridians. As for higher levels, he could only imagine. Even the generals who were paying attention to this battle couldn't help but be shocked. The spirit general was truly indulging in fantasy to actually come up with such a weird formation. Using a spirit military general to deal with the battle already made everyone feel that Tang Tian wanted to give up on the army, and for the spirit military general to come up with such a weird formation, everyone felt that it was a joke. Luckily, that was not his original intention. He had countless battle formations and knew that to rely on this motley crew to win was extremely difficult, and conventional methods would definitely not work. Give him another 2 to 3 months, he had the confidence to bring this group of cannon fodder to casually trample on the three fellows. But not now. What formation is this? Tang Tian's right eye suddenly turned red like blood. That was another world. Black flames quietly surged out from his body and flowed along the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, the black flames engulfed Tang Tian inside the black flames. Only a vague human figure could be seen. The Ecliptic Palace Hall, silver blood, and onyx soul were all bought from the declining descendants of the 12 palaces by paying an astonishing price. The 12 palaces had people who specialized in this business. After these achievements, due to the decline of their families, it was difficult to survive, and they could only use their blood meridians to exchange for survival or exchange for opportunities for their descendants to advance. This spirit military general is somewhat troublesome. Old Feng's face was not good. The other two's faces were not good either. He was the master of Pavo Constellation. His body had been baptized by the power of Pavo Constellation for so many years, and the blood meridians in his body had long changed. However, he knew very well that his bloodline was far inferior to Tang Tian's. Generals were much rarer than martial artists. A general who could command 10 people would be able to find a high-paying job in any mercenary group. Whether a general was outstanding or not was determined by 2 criteria. The first was the ability to command. How many warriors could he command? The higher the rank, the higher the number. The second was the level of battle tactics. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Only by making the right decision at the right time could one obtain the best result. He spread his arms and stood there silently, black flames curling around him. A pair of dark red eyes slowly lit up from within the black flames. It was a terrifying sight. Lang Yu looked at Tang Tian, who was covered in black flames, with a peerless horror. Her hands and feet were ice cold. When he saw Tang Tian's king peacock eyes, he could not help but have the thought of finding trouble with Tang Tian. But now he no longer had any thoughts of finding Tang Tian. He did not know what the black flames were, but he knew it was not something he could provoke. Tu Ru Hai did not have any thoughts, and started to worry about the outcome of the battle, and the current Lion King Leong was even more tyrannical on this point. Because of such matters, he had already started 3 wars, and blood flowed like rivers. Tu Ru Hai was also watching the battle. Because of some reasons, he did not personally go. Out of the 6 of them, he was most at ease with Meng Wei. But he never thought that Meng Wei would actually be the first to meet with a problem. Good. The Iron Tower, like Man Zhu, agreed. His brute force was the most suitable for such a battle formation. All the palaces turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. But when he saw the black flames surging out from Tang Tian's body, he immediately stood up. The individual strength of military leaders were usually very weak, and in essence, military leaders were a type of support-type martial artist. They only trained in one way, and that was to control the aura. The so-called control aura was the ability to control the various sword auras and blade auras released by their comrades. The higher the control aura ability, the higher the ability to command. The battle was in a stalemate. Tang Tian's blue left eye attracted his interest, especially when he saw that Tang Tian was actually able to force Meng Wei to use the power of the constellation in her blood meridians. He was surprised, but in his heart he thought that the battle was over. Blood meridians. That was definitely the power of blood meridians. Although the 12 ecliptic palaces had fought before, but to protect their descendants, they treated them equally. The disciples of the 12 ecliptic palaces could be killed, but anyone who dared to extract the blood meridians of the ecliptic palaces would definitely be punished by the palaces. As expected, behind Tang Yi, the large army was quickly changing their formation. In the battle, the most attention was focused on Tang Tian and Meng Wei's battle. But there was another battle that many people were paying attention to, and that was the Lupus army. A low-level constellation like Southern Skies, 42 constellations, had never had an army in the past. Countless thoughts flashed through Tu Ru Hai's mind, but his eyes were unwilling to leave the light screen for even a moment. His eyes were filled with greed and passion. If he could contribute a bloodline that was of a higher grade than the Equatorial Palace silver rank, then his status as an elder would definitely rise by a level. Above that was the golden bloodline. The reason he had started this conflict was because, given his position, no matter what he did in the southern sky's 42 constellations, nothing would happen to him. If Tang Tian truly had the Ecliptic Palace's blood meridians, then Meng Wei would be in danger. In the southern sky's 42 constellations, he had the qualifications and the strength to do so. As for what disputes would arise later, it had nothing to do with him. His actions were within the scope of his authority, so no one could find fault with him. Equatorial silver blood. This was already quite difficult for him. The next level would be the Ecliptic Path silver bloodline, which was the pinnacle existence of the silver bloodline. This was not a problem of money. To be able to possess Ecliptic Palace's silver blood, one had to be a descendant of the 12 palaces. Of the 12 Ecliptic Palaces, a few of them were already on the verge of destruction. But no one had ever dared to have any ideas on the descendants of the 12 Ecliptic Palaces. But thinking about that, Tu Ruhai's mind calmed down. If it was the Ecliptic Path silver blood, then he could not touch it. There was also the possibility of it being an ancient blood meridian. If that was the case, then it would definitely be a fat piece of meat. The most important reason was that talents were hard to come by. Any army needed a military leader, and with a military leader, then it could be called an army. At the start, when they heard that Lupus Constellation had an army, everyone thought it was a joke, until they heard that 2 Heaven Road list martial artists met with the army, and one died and the other was injured. Then everyone started to be interested. A spirit general with a commanding power of 200, that price was definitely sky high. But very quickly, someone realized that there was a spirit general in the army commanding 50 people. But if that was the case, the spirit general with the poker face would have a commanding power of 150. Even a big organization like Onyxol would not dare to start a war with the big shots, unless this small place truly had an army. All these years he had long given up on the thought of climbing up because he knew it was almost impossible. So he was a tyrant. Tang Yi's commanding power was 60, and ordinary staff sergeant's was 50. He was a gold, ranked staff sergeant and had 10 more. Sima Xiao turned his head and looked at his senior brother in a daze. Senior brother. Bing was very calm. The 3 of them had rich battle experience and did not rush the formation, but made a detour and ran to the back of the formation. It was their first time seeing such a weird formation, although they did not know the depth of it, but they could still see that the back of the formation was a huge flaw. Although the cannon fodder had trained in the umbrella formation for a few days, but to rely on a few days of time to completely understand the formation was simply impossible. Ecliptic Palace's silver blood. Tang Tian definitely had the Ecliptic Palace's silver blood in his body. Ancient race descendant, or an extremely small chance of mutation. But everyone shook their heads. The spirit general's commanding power was enough. But to rely on such an army, to defeat 3 of the 2 family 6 guards, was simply wishful thinking. Many people had their suspicions cleared and immediately lost interest in the following battle, thinking that the 2 Heaven Road list martial artists were careless, and thus were killed by the cannon fodder army. He led the 50 men, and like a gust of wind, killed their way to the 3 of them. Without any nonsense, the zanbato in his hand suddenly slashed out, and at the same time, the lupus martial artists behind him brandished their curved blades in unison. The main army is changing formation. Amethyst reminded. Rush over. No matter how powerful he is, he only has 50 men. Old Foam clenched his teeth. Manju, you are the main attacker. A spirit general with commanding power of 200 was a sky-high price. A spirit general with commanding power of 150 was also a sky-high price. But they had met Tangy here. So when everyone saw that there were 200 people in this army, they were all shocked. His expression was extremely excited. He had never heard of any blood meridians that could produce black flames. He opened his eyes wide, his body leaned forward, and stared at the screen in a daze. Military general type spirit generals were called spirit military generals and were not rare, especially military general type spirit generals with commanding power lower than 20. They were mostly used in large mercenary groups and organizations. Spirit generals with commanding power over 50 were extremely expensive, and ordinary organizations would find it hard to afford them. Furthermore, spirit generals usually had limited intelligence, although they had commanding power, but compared to humans, they were not nimble enough. They could be used in small groups, but rarely used in large groups. It was the first time the brown-haired young man saw his senior brother so flustered. He could not imagine that his senior brother would actually have such an expression. The so-called military general was a martial artist that could guide and converge the attacks of more than 10 people. There were many elders in Onyx Soul, and even though they were all elders, their positions were as different as heaven and earth. The more they contributed to Onyx Soul, the higher their position would be, and the more power they would have, and the more wealth they would have. Seeing the three of them rushing towards him, Tang Yi was expressionless, and once again raised the Zanbato in his hand. This is black flames. Qiu Zhijun's expression changed, his voice trembling slightly. Inside his body, it was as though something had suddenly exploded and rushed straight to his brain. Tang Tian's body trembled, his pupils losing focus. The blue in his left eye quickly became clean, and a bit of red surged out from the depths of his pupil and quickly filled his entire eye. Like a demon god, which ecliptic palace constellation could produce black flames? Thinking about it, he jumped in fright. Tang Yi's judgment of their attack route was extremely accurate, and it felt as though they were rushing forward. If they wanted to win, then they had to take a different path. Leading 50 people to him was extremely easy. Chapter 310. Bang! Amethyst's transparent crystal body lit up with a transparent light aura and entered the long whip in her hands. She raised her hand and threw out the long snake whip. When the long snake whip left her hands, it transformed into a 10 long gigantic snake, opening its bloody mouth, pouncing towards Bing. Bang! Old Feng's expression turned cold. The skin on his entire body quickly became pitch black between his arms and body. There was a layer of mist like a membrane, and his eyes became extremely bright. Ancient bat race blood meridians. The short bow in his hands lit up with a dazzling silver light, the extreme earth-grade silver treasure. Draco constellations, Draco, short bow. Bing's expression was calm. Sitting upright on the horse's back, he did not move an inch. He only gently raised his right forearm, as though he was greeting. The three of them were extremely well coordinated. Amethyst and Old Feng acted at the same time. But when their gazes landed on the cannon fodder army, they were stunned to realize that in front of them was actually the spirit general who was standing at the front of the formation. A light murmur, like the wind, dissipated in the air. When Old Feng and the other two saw Bing appearing in front of them again, they knew they were already at a disadvantage. Without any hesitation, the three of them exploded at the same time. "Hey, everyone, I'm here!" Time seemed to have stopped at that moment, but they never thought they were actually unable to get close. The entire process was not slow at all. It was as smooth as flowing water. Separate. Their movements were so neat, as though they were measured by a ruler. That was Bing's true goal. After using the awakening medicine, the ancient lupus race blood meridians in their bodies were activated, and they were able to sense each other. But this sense was very vague and could not exceed 3 people. That was why Bing chose the umbrella formation tactic. Every lupus martial artist, one at the front and one at the back, could sense each other. This sense could greatly increase their tacit understanding. The fan-shaped formation split open from the middle, like a paper fan tearing open. Bing's position was at the fan bone nail. He turned and advanced towards Tang Yi, and at the same time, the 2 parts that were split closed in opposite directions. When the army station was in position, the troops once again formed the fan shape. The situation on the battlefield once again changed. Amethyst and Old Feng's face finally changed. They were extremely confident of man Zhu's frontal assault. Man Zhu's frontal assault had always been their team's best weapon. In order to quickly end the battle, they used this crude and simple method. Whether it was the arrow that was emitting faint, black smoke, the giant snake that was more than 10 meters long with its bloody mouth wide open, or Man Zhu that was shaped like a violent bear, all of them seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. However, just as the three of them separated and were about to launch a new wave of attacks, Tang Yi's troops suddenly turned around and madly galloped away from the battlefield. The scene in front of him was as though the three of them were cooperating with the army to perform. The entire process did not have the slightest delay. Of course, they knew that it was impossible for 3 of the 6 guards to cooperate, so there was only one possibility. The three's attack methods were accurately predicted by the opponent. They waved the scimitars in their hands in unison. Man Zhu fiercely slapped his chest, roared towards the sky, and rushed towards Bing. When his mountain-like body ran, the ground shook and the mountains shook. It was a frightening sight. At this moment, his defense had suddenly increased by a whole 5-fold, making it difficult for swords and sabers to injure him. 10 dazzling and powerful blade auras gathered in front of his palms and turned into a dazzling ball of light. The palm that was grabbing the ball of light suddenly opened up. The 3 of them did not have time to react and were engulfed by the surging light auras. The 150 blade auras were highly compressed and were continuously shattered by Bing, forming tens of thousands of blade auras that were as fine as sand but were highly compressed. The moment they exploded, the light auras were indescribable. What a pity! An astonishing formless energy with a ball of light as the center suddenly dispersed in all directions. The Southern Cross Army's requirements for a staff sergeant command 50 men, outstanding individual strength, able to grasp all the fundamental tactics, able to understand and execute the orders given by the higher-ups, able to make reasonable judgments on the battlefield. So his intelligence was close to that of a demon. The martial artists that were arranged in a fan formation behind him, as though they were being pulled by an invisible hand, roared in unison, "Kill!" Man Zhu roared. Countless of black hair appeared on his body, and his originally tall and sturdy body once again expanded. A ruthless and savage chi soared into the sky. On his chest there was a crescent moon-shaped white scar. Polar ground rank silver blood. Ursa major constellation, violent bear remnant blood. But the feeling of being able to fight was actually pretty good. The whip shadow and feather arrows entered the troops, and 3 screams sounded out. 3 martial artists that were separated from the troops were injured, but the rest were safe and sound. One of them was grazed by the whip shadow and immediately flew out from the back of his horse. The other 2 swayed on their horses, and 2 more bloody holes appeared on their bodies. But luckily it was not fatal, and the other 2 arrows landed in the empty space of the troops. This deduction caused countless of people to suck in cold air. He extended his right hand and suddenly grabbed at the empty space in front of him. If they were well trained, they would be able to dodge this wave of attacks. The casualties did not cause Tang Yi's state of mind to not have any ripples. The zanbato in his hand had already been brandished. What a powerful spirit military leader! Fatty Li was dumbstruck, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Oh my God! There's actually such a powerful spirit military leader in this world. How much is that? Tang Yi was a gold-ranked staff sergeant, and these few requirements were perfect. Even in the era of the Southern Cross Army, the number of military leaders that had the title of gold-ranked staff sergeant could be counted with one's fingers. Tang Yi's blade aura was the first to slash onto the gigantic shield. Man Zhu, who was rushing forward, suddenly became sluggish. Following that, pa-pa-pa, like rain falling on a banana leaf, the blade auras behind him all struck the gigantic shield. Like the 3 of them, the countless of important figures and military leaders in front of the light screen were in disbelief. They had just seen a strange scene, From the moment the three of them had circled to the back of the formation, the entire formation had already started to change. Bing's poker face revealed a sincere smile. The three of them unleashed their full power, even through the light screen. The terrifying aura caused the spectators' faces to change. Wait a minute. Why is he at the back of the formation? Man, Zhu roared. A 3M tall, gigantic shield appeared in his hands. All the muscles on his body tensed up like a raging bull. He rushed forward with the gigantic shield. Amethyst and Old Feng followed closely behind. Their faces were filled with anxiety. They had never experienced such a scene before. How is that possible? The gigantic shield blocked the vision of Manju and the other two. The 50-blade auras, like a flock of birds returning to their nest, all entered Tang Yi's blade aura. This sudden change caused the three of them to be startled, but they were immediately overjoyed. It meant that the enemy's main force was exposed in front of them. He was not the only one who was stunned. Almost all the people who were paying attention to the cannon fodder army were stunned. The umbrella formation tactic greatly simplified the coordination between the soldiers, but on the contrary, it had a high requirement for the military leader. The military leader who was at the front of the formation, all of his attacks would converge there, and after going through layers of transmission and strengthening of the blade auras, when they reached the military leader's level, they would already be relatively strong, and being needed to control 10 such blade auras at the same time, the difficulty could be imagined. If that was true, then it was too scary. Only by doing that could they unleash such orderly blade auras. The sound of the light ball exploding, to the three of them, was akin to thunder. Amethyst and Old Feng's face changed. Manju's strength was not much weaker than Meng Wei. It was just that his agility and speed was lacking, but to charge like that he had never failed before. The dazzling conical-shaped light, sand current, spewed out from Bing's palm. Pa! In such a short time, the enemy's formation had actually finished adjusting. Bing was suddenly in a daze. The rhombus crystal on Amethyst's forehead exploded, her skin starting to become transparent, as though it was carved out of amethyst. Her blood meridians were even more unorthodox. It was the crystal mineral race's blood meridians. This race was not considered to be a fighting race. Their traces of existence could be traced back to ancient times. The long whip in her hand was an equatorial palace hall grade silver treasure, Hydra Constellation's Hydra whip. Manju felt as though he was electrocuted. His body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. Following that, 50 blade auras were released at the same time. Like a school of fish, they pounced towards the three of them. The blade auras were like silk suddenly arriving. Old Feng's expression was solemn. The heavenly dragon's short bow in his hand released a blazing silver light. The black mist in his hand transformed into an arrow. The target Bing. He shot the arrow! The black smoke disappeared. His finishing technique, heavenly dragon blackbat arrow. The astonishing power caused Manju, who was rushing forward, to be pinned to the ground like a nail, and the huge shield in his hand was split into two, broken into two. Both of his palms were covered in blood. The light aura in Bing's eyes became stronger and stronger, as bright as the stars. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments. One day, he would be able to lead the new Southern Cross Army and compete with the current generation of famous generals. Old Feng roared, and the three figures separated. Since they could not charge head-on, then they could only split up and let the opponent attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Old Feng's heart was filled with regret. The attack strategy was wrong, and the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. They obviously needed to fight, but Tang Yi did not pull the distance between them, and instead, when Manju retreated, he suddenly took 2 steps forward. Tang Yi led the entire team, and without thinking, the other lupus martial artists also took 2 steps forward, and the entire team took 2 steps forward. The exploding blade auras fiercely slashed onto the huge shield. The long whip in Amethyst's hand trembled, and a purple whip image, like a purple snake, pounced towards Tang Yi's team. Old Fang's hand had an additional short bow, his right hand holding on to 4 feathered arrows. Without looking, he knocked the bow and shot. The 4 arrow images suddenly separated in the air and pounced towards the crowd. When they saw clearly, the 150-man team actually maintained the weird formation. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In the end, he had brought an army onto the battlefield. How long has it been since I last brought an army onto the battlefield? His memory was a little hazy. He laughed at himself. Perhaps to him, the battlefield was his true home. Man-Ju just happened to roar. He forcefully twisted his body and suddenly rushed forward. Chapter 311. Just at that moment, Old Fong fell down at the same time his chi extinguished, and the amethyst that was covered in cracks all over shattered into pieces. A cold blade aura appeared in front of him without any warning. Sima Zhao's gaze landed on the 2 spirit generals of the army. The reason why they could achieve such a result was all because of the 2 spirit military leaders. Previously, the intelligence only had the spirit military leader wielding the Zanbato. Sima Zhao had never thought that Tang Tian would actually have another trump card. He was extremely curious about Tang Tian's blood meridians. Until now, he did not understand why the bronze plate was in Tang Tian's hands. The bronze plate came from Tang Tian's father, but what relationship did Tang Tian's father have with the army? In her entire fighting career, she had only used blood meridian's ignition once. But at that moment it was enough. An indifferent and somber voice suddenly exploded in his ears. The strange situation caused Meng Wei to have a bad premonition. All right, if this is considered an army. Bing, who was on horseback, did not feel happy at all. Such a victory to him was not worth boasting about. The only thing that was different was that it had some commemorative meaning. My first battle leading an army? And when Bing moved, Tang Yi had already led his troops to return. Something's wrong. Every detail, every reaction, all fell into the enemy's trap. One after another, the 3 of them did not die unjustly. Even Sima Zhao, who was an ambitious and ruthless person, felt a chill in his heart. If he was in the position of the 3 of them, he would not be able to do better. At that time, the subordinates behind him could no longer be counted on. The amateurs would definitely not be able to unleash a second blade, and that was the time for the military leader to display his bravery. That was also why low-level military leaders had such a high requirement for their individual strength. In a battlefield, outstanding individual strength was the best weapon to break the stalemate. The void was like a sheath. A sword flowing with black flames was slowly pulled out by Tang Tian's palm. This was no longer just being intelligent. It was a top-grade spirit military leader with demonic intelligence. Sima Zhao believed that tonight there would definitely be many people who would not be able to sleep. The man enveloped in black flames in the sky had a completely different aura. Sima Zhao could no longer laugh. He stared at the screen with a gloomy expression. Of course, he could tell that this so-called army was truly a cannon fodder army. They did not even have basic training. But it was this cannon fodder army that was so powerful. Counting them, there were 4 Heaven Road list martial artists that died in their hands, and 1 was heavily injured. 3 people completely annihilated. Incomparable power suddenly erupted from his body. Man-Ju felt his entire body was filled with power. All the hair on his body began to emit a silver light. Man-Ju was ecstatic. The heavens did not want me to die. I actually broke through at such a crucial time. Tang Yi stopped his charge, turned his horse around, and urged it to move slowly. The blade aura instantly touched Man-Ju's arm, and the silver light aura on his hair soared. The sound of metal being cut and Man-Ju's pitiful scream could be heard. If it was the Southern Cross Army, such a terrible performance would be enough to make the officers of the troops feel ashamed to death, and it would be enough for the entire troop to be locked up. This was the second time. The mellow and abundant power of the constellation entered the sword body, and the blood meridians in her body resonated with it. This sword, she even felt that she could slash apart the sky. The sword in Meng Wei's hand lit up with a misty light aura, and the power of the constellation from Cetus constellation continuously flowed into it. Blood Meridian Summon was extremely harmful to martial artists. Normally, unless it was a life and death situation, martial artists would not use it. But Meng Wei's situation was extremely special. She could activate the Blood Meridian Summon, but would not be injured. But she only had one chance a year. The light aura and might of the light gravel torrent. Not only did it intimidate the others, even the martial artists under Tang Yi were greatly affected. This resulted in only 35 people being able to release the curved blades in their hands, and only 20 of them remembered Tang Yi's instructions and used all their strength to release the curved blades. Tang Yi retreated out of the battlefield and changed his direction. Bing congealed the light regiment and purposely paused, just to give Tang Yi time. The intense pain caused Man Zhu to scream out like a wild beast, but a strange scene appeared. The blood that was spewing out stopped automatically in a short period of time, and the wound started to slowly heal. The blade aura that Tang Yi released trembled silently, and 30 overblade auras were attracted by a magnet and entered it. Old Feng's eyes were filled with fear, from head to toe. There was not an inch of his body that was intact. The countless of densely packed blood holes were like a beehive. It was extremely terrifying. He stood there, not moving an inch, like a statue. Meng Wei was extremely familiar with this action. What realm of control aura is this? Amethyst's transparent crystal body. Ka. A light sound came out, and a crack appeared on her forehead. Following that, the ka-ka sounds continued to sound out, and in the blink of an eye, her lifeless face and body was covered with countless of spider web-like cracks. Bing's gaze, unknowingly, landed on Tang Tian, who was enveloped in black flames in the sky. Tang Yi was expressionless. Leaning forward on the horse's back, the zanbato in his hands was as light as a feather. Tang Tian's right arm stretched out perfectly straight, his palm gently grasping the air. A burst of black flames flowed into his palm, transforming into a sword hilt, which was grasped by his hand. In the eyes of others, these blade auras entered Tang Yi's blade aura, but in truth they stuck close to Tang Yi's blade aura, forming a group of blades with a small distance between them, vibrating at an extremely high frequency. The blade aura was as thin as a cicada's wing. When Bing was overwhelmed with shock, Tang Tian, who was in the sky, made a move. Bing and Tang Tian had been together for a long time. Adding on the fact that he had supervised Tang Tian's training, he was extremely familiar with Tang Tian's qi. When Tang Tian used the King Peacock eyes previously, although his aura changed, but his qi did not change. 22 blade auras accurately pierced into the wound on Manju's arm without a single mistake. That was... What a pity! If the team was well trained, one blade would have been enough. At this moment, Manju's throat was spewing out blood, and he fell to the ground. All of his hopes were placed on Meng Wei. As long as Meng Wei could win, then there would be a chance to turn the tables. On the horse's back, Tang Yi held his blade horizontally, indifferent and austere, showing his might. I want to kill you. All of you go and die. Blood meridians summon. Tang Yi was like a gust of wind, sweeping past Manju. Tu Ruhai's face changed again. He never thought that the battle would actually end up in such a situation. He felt that Meng Wei, who had victory in her grasp, had fallen into a bitter battle, and the three of them could easily deal with a cannon-fodder army. But in the end, the three of them were killed in an instant. What was even more amazing was the incomparably precise battle plan. The entire battle, from start to finish, was completely in the hands of the two spirit military leaders. That was the scariest part. Spirit military leaders with high command were not scary. Spirit military leaders with exquisite control auras were not scary. What was scary was the intelligent spirit military leaders. He had long known that Tang Tian's blood meridians were not normal. At the weak point fighting grounds, when Tang Tian absorbed the dwarf blood meridians and angel blood meridians, The absorption process was completely different from other people. Man Zhu used his arms to protect his face. His entire body was covered with wounds, blood dripping everywhere, but the savage bear's remnant blood gave him an extremely tenacious life force, and with his astonishing defense, it allowed him to survive the torrent of light gravel. The injuries on his body looked scary, but in truth, they were all superficial wounds. The power of the constellation on the sword blade seemed to have sensed danger and started to buzz. The power of the constellation was actually pouring in endlessly, as though even the Cetus constellation in the sky had sensed the danger. Meng Wei's eyes constricted, other than Tang Tian in front of her. The blade aura pierced into Manju's arm, causing blood to spurt out. That comical poker face was indescribably funny, but when they thought of that amazing performance just now, no one laughed. It was the first time Sima Xiao had seen a military leader who was able to fight like an artist. From the results, it was definitely not a cannon fodder army. The light gravel torrent that suddenly lit up, snatching away all of the light auras on the battlefield. Tang Yi's control aura was far from Bing's, but his Grandmaster grade blade technique in such a small area of control aura was able to unleash an astonishing might. The intense sense of danger caused Man Zhu's entire body to tremble. In a moment of desperation, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. A faint Ursa Major constellation appeared in the sky, and a brown light aura shot down from the sky. His gaze once again landed on Meng Wei. Kill! When the light aura dissipated, the three figures appeared in front of everyone. Sima Xiao glanced at his senior brother and was startled. His senior brother's gaze was fixated on Tang Tian, who was covered in black flames. If this army was a little more trained. Just at that moment, Tang Tian, who was enveloped in black flames, suddenly lowered his left arm. He also had military leaders under him, but in comparison, their standards were higher and lower. So when the light aura dissipated, Tang Yi had already killed his way to Manju's side. The timing of his blade could be said to be flawless. But even after so much training, the result of the blade was still far from Tang Yi's expectations. Bing's pupils dilated. The figure in the sky that was enveloped in black flames gave him an extremely unfamiliar qi. Meng Wei's face changed. Her heart suddenly jumped. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, instantly filled with shock. All the clues to the mystery could be found from Tang Tian's blood meridians. Meng Wei. That was the movement of a sword being unsheathed. Manju was completely enraged. The qi on his body became even more tyrannical. He used both his arms to protect his face and roared as he pounced towards Bing. Countless of people in front of the screen suddenly stood up, their faces overwhelmed with shock. They were so shocked by the scene in front of them that their minds went blank. And all the military leaders looked at the figure in the screen in disbelief, as though they had seen a ghost. Grandmaster grade blade technique allowed him to unleash 22 blades in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Wait a minute. As long as he could kill his way to that damned spirit general, he could crush him like an ant. Black flames. The hand that was holding onto the black flame sword slowly moved forward. What exactly is going on? On Manju's back, a sinister and ferocious brown bear tattoo appeared. Chi. Behind him, 2 arms flew into the sky. Manju's expression was filled with fear, but he could not make any sound, as a line of blood appeared on his throat. Chapter 312. The sand dune 20 li away instantly crumbled, and countless figures flew out from the sand. Crane's reaction was extremely fast. Upon hearing Tang Tian's roar, Crane's face changed, and without hesitation, he abandoned his opponent and flew out. Crane, who was in the air, was like a big black crane. The wave of qi rushed in front of him. His expression congealed, his arms extended, his body relaxed, and when the wave of qi reached his body, his heart trembled, and everything in his field of vision was swept away at an astonishing speed. Meng Wei laughed bitterly. Her gaze landed on Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian, who was enveloped in black flames, stood there with his sword. His chi had become completely different, berserk and cold. End the battle quickly. Even the blood meridians summoning has no chance of winning. This fellow. Ling Su's eyes squinted. Single Blade, who was in front of him, suddenly looked like he was being stared at by a wild beast, his expression congealing. Hey, hey, hey! Uncle, where is this? Tang Tian shouted anxiously. Although he did not know why, the opponent's attack made him feel that the pointed sea spears were of the same origin, but Ling Su could clearly judge that the pointed sea spears were superior. Meng Wei's blood meridian's completion rate was extremely high, and her communication with Cetus Constellation was much easier than any other martial artist. Single Blade had used his old strength for a long time, and before he could generate new strength, he was struck and flew over 10 m away, landing heavily in the sand, and did not move. Making a prompt decision, Meng Wei's eyes lit up and was about to make a move. When Tang Tian's body released the black flames, the star power of Cetus Constellation increased, as though it wanted to suppress the black flames on Tang Tian's body. But when Tang Tian pulled out the sword from the void, the star power of Cetus Constellation quickly decreased, as though it felt that it could not win. The sword was about the width of a palm, but was 2.5 m long, longer than Tang Tian's height. The sword body was perfectly straight, without a guard, and the dense black flames flowed along the sword body. Meng Wei's sword was trembling, the blood in her body almost congealing. A ring-shaped ripple that could be seen with the naked eye, with Tang Tian as the center, spread out. His gaze slowly swept across the entire field. The eyes in the black flames were fiery red, but incomparably cold. This guy, just where did he come from? Boom! Bing, Ling Su, and Crane. All of their past memories, he remembered them all, but they were like distant matters and were unable to cause any ripples in his heart. His heart, as if he had experienced countless life and death situations, had a heart of stone. Bang! However, last time it was clearly only his fist that emitted flames. How could it be like this time? Constellation blood meridians were formed and evolved under the long-term immersion of the constellation power. This also allowed the blood meridians to communicate with the constellation. The bloodline summoning was like the burning of a secret treasure's martial spirit. The difference was that the burning of the secret treasure's martial spirit would cause the secret treasure to dissipate. As for the bloodline summon, it would also cause great damage. However, if one could endure it, there was a chance that it would allow one to undergo a transformation. But at the same time, she was even more sensitive to the changes in the constellation's power. Ever since Old Man Fei saw that his blood could produce black flames, Tang Tian had a bold idea. How good would it be if he could make use of this black flame? That black flame could even burn treasures if he could use it in battle. Wouldn't that be a huge gain for him? In the end, he really found a way, and that was his red eye. The power of the Saint Sword is not something he can control at the moment. The bestowal of a sword saint is the strongest tempering in the world. Even if it is an ordinary iron sword, once it becomes a saint sword, it will become extremely strong. Qiu Zhijun's eyes revealed a look of yearning. Tang Tian was startled. How long had it been since he last touched a sword? The last time he touched a sword was when he was training the fundamental sword techniques in the academy. Suddenly, countless of information surged in like a tide. Sima Xiao was dumbstruck. He had never heard of this sword saint before, but he knew that his senior brother would definitely not make a mistake in this aspect. The air wave that was like a wall blasted out a hole. The berserk air flow wreaked havoc. The entire team, in a moment, was swaying left and right, but there were no casualties. This fellow, who exactly is he? The berserk power flowed through the spear body. Ling Su's entire body tensed up, all of his true power frantically revolving. With a roar, the spear aura increased explosively. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, landed on the ground. He held onto his sword and knelt on the ground, as though he was in extreme pain. No one knew how many sword saints were produced in Heaven's Road, but every single sword saint was the strongest person at that time. To existences with long histories like the 12 palaces, they might not be surprised, as their history was too long, and they had produced many saint galaxy domains. But to the clan union, a new organization with only a few decades of history, sword saints were like legends and legends. Meng Wei was the first to bear the brunt. She only felt as though she was struck by a wild beast. She groaned. Her entire body flew over 30 m away, before stopping herself. At the corner of her mouth, a trace of blood flowed down. Her gaze filled with shock. Tang Yi was the first to react. He suddenly waved his blade, and around 70 to 80 people reacted, waving their blade auras. Bing's expression was solemn, both hands lightly flicking. The blade auras merged into one and slashed towards the airwave. Bing's expression changed. He bellowed, "Blade!" Impossible. Wu Wanghai has never married in his entire life, and 1,500 years ago is too far away. Qiu Zhijun shook his head. He moved as though he was riding the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was already half a mile away, his face filled with shock. Tang Tian felt an intense pain in his head. It was a heart-piercing pain, and he subconsciously wanted to hug his head. The figure in front of him acted as though he did not hear anything. But from the corner of Tang Tian's eyes, he suddenly realized that he was holding onto a weird sword. Ah! He was still holding onto the sword tightly, his entire body trembling. Suddenly, Tang Tian, who was in the black flames in front of him, curled up into a ball. Crane calmed himself down and turned to look at the army chief with a cold gaze. "Seems like I need to quickly get rid of the person in front of me." He expressionlessly raised the sword in his hand. Bing, who was crawling out from the sand, looked at Tang Tian in a daze. Like a wild beast's roar, it was like rolling thunder, sweeping across the entire desert. Accompanying the roar was a wave of cold and ruthless air that swept across like a hurricane. "Don't tell me Tang Tian is Wu Wanghai's descendant?" Sima Shao was suspicious. "Hold onto the sword tightly." Ling Su also noticed the change in Tang Tian and was equally surprised. The figure in the sky that was enveloped by the black flames was cold and ruthless. Ling Su's first reaction was not Tang Tian. He was simple-minded and trusted his own intuition. Tang Tian was usually bright and foolish and would never be cold and ruthless. Saint Sword? Sima Shao stuttered. He thought he had heard wrongly. It was not the calmness of the King Peacock eyes, but a condescending indifference. In Tang Tian's heart, there was not a single ripple. He looked around indifferently. In his mind, there were countless of sword techniques, as though they had existed since the beginning. Ling Su's attention had always been on Tang Tian, and when Tang Tian roared, his face changed. He did not care about the single blade in front of him, and turned his spear tip, the pointed sea spear, protecting him. Suddenly, a voice came out. "Then why is he able to pull out the sword?" Sima Shao asked. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being flung out. Tang Tian did not lose consciousness, but his consciousness was in an extremely strange state. It was as though he was in a chaotic void, surrounded by endless black flames, a blurred back figure not far away. The sword in his hand was actually a saint's sword. Enemy. Crane raised his head and glanced at Tang Tian in the sky, a trace of worry rising in his heart. The way Tang Tian was holding the sword was definitely not a novice, and Crane was very clear Tang Tian's sword techniques were very shallow, and Tang Tian's current chi was too foreign. Sword. Qiu Zhijun shook his head. Impossible. This sword is sealed in the void. That's right, I should have known. The black flames were the void dark flames. Without reaching the saint domain, it is impossible to break through the void. Who am I? Ocean prison. Qiu Zhijun's voice was trembling. Saint Sword Ocean prison. Tang Tian suddenly raised his head and stood up. Something must have happened. What a pity. Sima Shao was filled with regret. If he could obtain a saint's sword, his prestige in the clan union would be unparalleled. He then said with envy, "Just a projection of the dark flames, and yet it is so glorious, truly powerful." But it was still unable to withstand the terrifying wave of chi. Flamingo slid on the sand and retreated over 30 m before stopping. The chi that the black flame sword emitted proved how powerful it was. The figure in front of Tang Tian released a hoarse and unpleasant weird laugh, and gradually disappeared. The martial artists who were watching the battle from the sand dune 20 li away only saw a ripple like a wave rising from the sea. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Meng Wei looked at Tang Tian, who was in front of her, not moving at all, like a puppet. Could it be that he had some adverse reaction? Meng Wei's mind was moved. It was not strange, for many powerful star treasures, when recognizing their master, the martial artist's power would usually be greatly weakened. Tang Tian lowered his head, looking at his own hand and the sword in his hand. Qiu Zhijun gradually calmed down, his eyes staring intently at the sword. About 1,500 years ago, there was a sword saint with a weird temper called Wu Wanghai. It is said that when he was young, he accidentally gained enlightenment on a sword technique that could break through space, but he did not succeed in being bestowed as a saint. This person's character was weird, ruthless, and bloodthirsty, and was once chased by 6 saints, but he managed to escape every time. After being chased for 20 years, he was bestowed as a saint and stepped into the saint domain. His sword was called Ocean Prison. There were rumors saying that before he died, he threw Ocean Prison into the void. Who knew? The sword in his hand is not a real body, but a projection. Qiu Zhijun said, his body should have sealed some of Ocean Prison's dark flames. All these dark flames are able to resonate with the Ocean Prison sealed in the void and borrow its power. Can we snatch it? Suddenly, a fierce look flashed past Sima Zhao's eyes. Previously, he sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight, planning to fish in troubled waters. But the appearance of the saint's sword was enough to change his mind. It was as though he was a different person. His gaze landed on Meng Wei. Sword Saint, I'll risk it all. Tang Tian did not care about anything else. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, the pain swallowing him up like a tide. Meng Wei was not sure, but she knew it was her only chance. Crane's opponent had his back facing Tang Tian, and when Crane suddenly flew away, he was startled and his face changed. But it was already too late. He could only forcefully move his energy to his back, and a burst of ferocious energy fiercely struck his back. He, as expected of his son. Chapter 313. The grief-stricken Meng Wei, suddenly seeing Tang Tian, was like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. She begged in panic, "Mister, save it!" Ordinary metal nameless, 100 battles soul, burning white whale blood, sacrifice for your life. This type of star treasure was unable to borrow the power of the constellation, but it had other uses, and they were not part of the constellation system. Thus they were called constellation dark treasures. Tang Tian's indifferent voice sounded out, Ocean Prison in his hand, pointed straight at Meng Wei, a man that even Cetus constellation feared. He definitely has the ability to save it. Definitely. Tang Tian was expressionless. Ocean Prison that was hanging down, slashed out. Crane was dumbstruck. The impact of having a legend appear in front of him caused him to be startled. But when he saw Tang Tian, who was in the air covered in black flames, without any intention of dodging, his face suddenly changed. Meng Wei's eyes had a trace of gentleness, ordinary metal soul. Your life is about to begin. In the future, you will definitely be famous in all the world. Ocean Prison in his hand suddenly released 2 rays of black flame, sword auras. This asshole, don't tell me he really wants to help me block it? The dense lightning flowed along the light pillar, converging into a layer of lightning net. The white whale blood meridians in Meng Wei's body was extremely special. The white whale blood meridians were just a branch of Cetus constellation, but the blood meridians in her body was actually 90% complete. I don't know. Qiu Ji-jun shook his head, his eyes filled with respect. I only wish for you to be safe. An explosive sound came out from her body, causing her body to tremble, her always cold face frowning, as though she was enduring the extreme pain. Can he succeed? Sima Xiao was silent for a long time and suddenly asked. Meng Wei's legs started to disappear. The change in the sky caused her face to change. Facing such power, anyone would have been so scared that their legs would have gone soft, but for Tang Tian. Bang! As long as it was able to withstand the backlash from Cetus constellation, it would become a brand new star treasure. Asshole, you're dead. Crane subconsciously waved the crane sword in his hand, and a burst of astonishing power came from the sword blade, causing his body to fly out. His reaction was extremely fast. He could feel that although this power was astonishing, it had no intention of harming him. Thus, he flew back along with this power. Her hand trembled as she felt the sorrow of the long sword in her hand. This long sword was not a secret artifact. Aside from its hardness, it had no other advantages. It was just a training sword, not sharpened, just hard. She had brought it along and had experienced many cruel eliminations in Onyx Soul. She had never changed her sword. It followed her and was the source of her courage. Every time she panicked, she would feel at peace with this sword in her hand. Cetus constellation wanted to destroy the sword. Thou have a good life. Listening to the young girl's murmur, Tang Tian's cold expression didn't change in the slightest. But for some reason, a ripple appeared in his heart. Meng Wei held her sword with both hands, raised it vertically in front of her, and closed her eyes. Her entire body lit up with a white light aura. The Cetus constellation that had just disappeared appeared once again, casting down a gentle white light pillar, the white light aura continuously pouring into the sword in her hand. She suddenly raised her head. It is called safe and sound. Meng Wei's vision was completely covered by the black flames, and she had nowhere to hide. The sword body suddenly released a white light aura enveloping Meng Wei. The white light and black flames clashed and immediately became unstable. The sky trembled intensely. The black flames exploded, and his qi once again increased explosively. Second blood meridians summoning. Tang Tian kept ocean prison in his hand, and the sky full of black flames disappeared. He looked at Meng Wei, who was in front of him. The white light aura flowed along the sword body and quickly flowed. The white patterns could be seen with the naked eye growing along the potholes on the sword body. Tang Tian, who had an indifferent expression, suddenly opened his mouth and said softly, "Sword name." The dark clouds in the sky were pitch black, and only Cetus constellation was extremely bright. Chilala. Tang Tian raised his head and looked at Cetus constellation in the sky, his eyes filled with hatred. Every star treasure was born from a constellation, and every star treasure of a constellation was a huge and strict system. Artificially created star treasures would receive intense resistance from the corresponding constellation, and that was the constellation's backlash. The sword was refined by Meng Wei using the power of her blood meridians, and thus received the backlash from Cetus constellation. Meng Wei muttered, "Sword name. Sword name." Buzz. Seeing the sword in Tang Tian's hand, slowly rising up, the hairs on Meng Wei's body suddenly stood. The suffocating sense of danger made her want to turn and run. The black sword body was covered with fine and exquisite silver white patterns, causing the sword to look luxurious and exquisite, without a trace of evil qi. But the potholes on the sword body made it look like it was damaged. Cetus constellation that appeared in the sky suddenly released a bright light aura, and in the blink of the eye, the sky became gloomy and countless of clouds gathered from all directions. But the power of the constellation's backlash was extremely terrifying, so in history, constellation dark treasures were extremely rare. Wu Wang Hai roared like an injured wild beast. The surrounding dark clouds became even denser, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as though it was the end of the world. I will die. Pa! A crisp sound exploded in her body, causing her body to tremble. But it was something that could be used as long as she used the emotions. She could completely release the might of Ocean Prison Sword. And the true body of Ocean Prison Sword in the void, out of hatred, would definitely increase the power of the projection. What a joke! After killing countless people and drinking blood like a river, the ordinary training sword was slowly gaining a new spirit. I beg you, save it. Meng Wei, who was begging bitterly, had tears streaming down her face. The surging black flame sword aura was like a pitch-black flaming pillar, soaring into the sky and clashed with the light pillar of Cetus constellation. The long sword wailed, the sword light swirled, and a ray of light shot straight into Cetus constellation in the sky. Cetus constellation suddenly lit up with a dazzling light aura, and the two identical light auras clashed together. Thou is indestructible. Together with him was Ling Su. Ling Su did not know anything about constellation dark treasures, and was completely relying on his intuition. Tang Tian was in danger. The backlash of Cetus constellation would cause it to turn into ashes. The surging black flames spewed out from the sword body, and the black torrent pounced towards Meng Wei. Hee. Even though I know I am being used, I still hate it. Bang, the sky trembled. No one would have thought that a battle would actually turn into such a result. But the scene in front of them was far more shocking than the battle between the two. It was a battle between a man and the heavens. No, this was the backlash of the constellation. He waved the black flames, sea prison in his hand. Thou shall not be tainted by blood. His gloomy life was finally coming to an end. Tang Tian's body shook, but the corner of his mouth floated into a cold smile. Along with the sword technique, Wu Wanghai's life was also imprinted in his mind. Wu Wanghai had been chased for 20 years and was filled with disgust and hatred towards the suppression of the higher level power. The disgust and hatred penetrated deep into his bones. Thou shall not work without a blade. Crane scolded in his heart. His figure was like lightning, frantically flying towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian lightly spat out 2 words. Idiot! The pressure in the sky became more and more intense, and the black clouds became denser and denser. The safe and sound sword in Tang Tian's hand wailed. That was also why she was able to use the blood meridians summoned twice. Tang Tian saw 2 figures from the corner of his eyes. His heart stirred, but he spat out 2 words. Idiot! Bang! The figure that was surrounded by black flames for some reason was filled with a power that intimidated people's hearts. With his own power in front of the anger of the heavens, he did not retreat at all. The young lady's face was pale white, her voice trembling, but she stubbornly said it word by word. The body of the training sword was already full of bumps and hollows, with cracks everywhere. Although she cherished it, but its quality was still ordinary. After I die, you will definitely be buried. Very few people like training swords. You are so warlike. You will definitely feel unreconciled. A light pillar suddenly fell, different from the gentle light pillar previously. This light pillar was fierce and dangerous. Please don't be sad for me. This is a release. Countless scenes flashed past her eyes. The wandering when she was young, being picked up by the clan elder, the cruel elimination and killing, the frail and weak girl holding on to the blood-stained sword in fear, the silent sobbing in the dead of the night. Is it finally going to end? The sword in her hand suddenly exploded with light aura, but in the blink of the eye, all the light aura was absorbed into the sword. In the dark and boundless void, a figure stood alone with a hoarse laugh. As expected of his son, to even make use of my hatred, very good. She was extremely experienced in battles, and knew that she had no chance of winning. The white light and black flame splashed. The lightning aura was disorderly. The astonishing chi swept in all directions. In front of the light screen, Everyone was silent. Meng Wei, who was in front of Tang Tian, was already close to being transparent. She looked at Tang Tian with gratitude. "Thank you." The cold and berserk qi flowed along the ocean prison sword and continuously entered Tang Tian's body. The indifferent heart was like a transparent glass without any waves. The sword techniques that were constantly rolling in his mind were familiar yet foreign. Crane and Ling Su suddenly realized that the black flame sword aura was flying towards them and quivered. But sword name? Sword name! The young lady's sincere voice floated in the air. Meng Wei disappeared in the air, not leaving a trace. Ling Su was not as smart as Crane. He and his bird were like bounced balls, directly flying 300 m away. In the air, Ling Su scolded loudly, getting further and further away. Too strong. The Tang Tian in front of her was so strong that she could not even think of resisting. "Thank you for fighting alongside me. Please accept my last thanks." All of the light screens were trembling. Everything became blurry. The intense energy undulation affected the star treasures. The stars of the Cetus constellation lit up one after another. Tang Tian's gaze suddenly became fierce and ruthless, like an enraged wild beast. "Pa pa pa!" Meng Wei's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. She felt an indescribable sense of relief. "Since I'm dead, I don't need to fight anymore." Tang Tian was expressionless. With a wave of his hand, the sword flew into his hands. The sword body had 2 words: safe and sound. Tang Tian raised his head, looking at the sky above him. The black flames were raging. His aura was sharp, but he was fearless. Meng Wei panicked. The sword was the only thing she cared about in the world, and her only companion. She wanted to let it live a better life, but she did not expect that it would cause Cetus constellation to retaliate. The black flames were extremely fierce. The white light was in imminent danger. His left hand held onto the safe and sound sword. His right hand lowered ocean prison, and his body slightly squatted down. She held onto the sword tightly, using all her might to calm her breathing and muster up her fighting spirit. She had always thought that her willpower was as strong as steel, but at that moment it was showing signs of crumbling. Chapter 3:14. "You really don't remember at all?" Ling Su asked suspiciously. "Aren't you afraid that I will find trouble with you, and are purposely trying to bluff your way through?" Was it a coincidence, or was it a necessity? If it was me, I would have definitely found out the truth. The safe and sound sword in his hand trembled. Everyone's excited discussions came from behind him. Cetus constellation in the sky slowly dimmed until it disappeared. His face immediately changed, and he screamed, "Ah! Did I oversleep? Oh my God!" Ling Su, Little Crane, "Crane, you guys hold on." 2 figures flew over like the wind. Crane and Ling Su saw Tang Tian falling down and jumped in fright and immediately rushed over. It disappeared. Crane said, "It flew higher and higher, but was never able to reach Cetus constellation. After rising for a few hundred meters, it finally disappeared in the sky." Ling Su, I gave her the sword. Tang Tian could smell a conspiracy. What was that asshole trying to do? That's great. I knew that master would definitely be fine. Southern Cross Army, Sword Saint. Are there any connections between the two? Regardless of how the big powerhouses investigated in the dark, Tang Tian's name quickly spread across the southern sky and northern sky, and even the 5 polar domains had heard of him. Crane stared at Tang Tian's expression and quickly asked, "How do you feel?" Crane, you suddenly emitted a lot of black flames. Ha ha ha. Tang Tian laughed to the point that tears almost flowed out. Hey, hey, hey. Can you guys be more professional when making up stories? She even gave me the sword and then died? Waha. Is it because I'm too handsome? Housefly cow. Look, I'm definitely more handsome than you. When he rushed out of the room, he was stunned. The stronghold in front of him was peaceful and lively, as though everyone was celebrating a festival. The The screams immediately reached a climax, and countless martial artists rushed over like a tide. Only then did the other three realize what was going on. Master is awake. Suddenly, a martial artist screamed. In the air, Wu Wanghai's face revealed a faint worry. Tang Tian was completely engulfed by the boundless darkness. Amari's expression was very strange. Fundamental Tang, they did not lie to you. Ling Su. Then you drew a sword from the void. It feels a little familiar, but also a little strange. Hey, this sword has a martial spirit. Tang Tian was surprised. Looking at Tang Tian's smug face, everyone was speechless. You really don't remember anything? Ling Su refused to give up. Qi. In the void, Wu Wanghai sneered in contempt. Amari smiled awkwardly and said, but we also injured a few of those who ambushed us. Tang Tian raised his eyebrows and continued, and then she slashed me? A smile appeared on Wu Wanghai's face. I'm fine. Tang Tian shook his head. He was still confused. I think I overslept. When he saw the ceiling, he was stunned. Why was he here? At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. It involved a sword saint, even if he had been dead for 1,500 years. Furthermore, the ocean prison sword was actually able to project itself into Tang Tian's hands. That meant that its power was not exhausted, and the legendary violent and bloodthirsty sword saint was most likely still alive as a spirit general. Why are you finding trouble with me? Tang Tian did not understand. A few powerful and influential people started to investigate Wu Wanghai's life. After that, they started to look for suspicious people, but they did not find any clues. Wu Wanghai's life was pitiful. Although he was a sword saint, but at that time to many people he was unorthodox. And Wu Wanghai was a loner, and did not leave behind any information. He really doesn't remember. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Tian looked down and was immediately startled. He then said disapprovingly, You guys must have purposely placed the sword on me. Ling Su. And then she died. Master, you're finally awake. He greeted the four of them in a daze. The four of them looked embarrassed. Crane grabbed onto Ling Su, who was about to go berserk. Asshole. Give me a bit more time. Could it be that he lost his memories? Wah, we need to investigate this properly. Amari laughed out loud. I knew it. Fundamental Tang is such a perverted person. To receive such an injury is like sleeping. Tang Tian was heartbroken. Disappeared? How can it disappear? Aya, it's a saint sword. How much can it be sold for? Once the saint sword is sold, we will all be rich and can eat till we grow old. When Tang Tian opened his eyes, it was already the third day. Tang Tian looked up. His entire body was covered in black flames. He looked at the sky above his head, not moving an inch. The dense black flames released an astonishing berserk aura. He was like a thug that crawled out from the Azura battlefield. His entire body covered in black flames, as though he was covered in blood. Crane's heart moved. Try stabbing with your sword. That's right, that's right. This is definitely a good opportunity. A perfectly straight sword scar extended from his feet all the way to 15 m away. Crane and Ling Su, who heard the commotion, flew over. The jet black disappeared at an astonishing speed. The sun pierced through the clouds, causing everyone's depressed mood to ease up. Crane noticed Tang Tian's blank expression, and his heart moved. Qi, Crane, she will give you the sword. His voice became gloomy, and his figure gradually disappeared from the void. Regardless of whether it was the martial artists present or the people watching the battle from the screen, they all left with complicated feelings. However, everyone knew that this battle was far from over. It was just that there were too many questions, and the various powerhouses behind the battle were all investigating. But does that mean we won? Tang Tian regained his senses and said unhappily, Hey, what exactly happened? Crane, and then Meng Wei's blood meridians summoning. Everyone looked at each other. The black flames gathered like waves, whistling into the sky. So mystical. Tang Tian muttered to himself. Seems like I can only sell the safe and sound sword, the Constellation Dark Treasure, just from the name. It should be able to sell for a lot of money. Sword Saint Spirit General. That was enough to cause many people to shrink back. The black flames on his body quickly disappeared. Even Ocean Prison in his right hand was like a bubble disappearing into the sunlight. His face was as white as paper, frowning, as though he was in extreme pain. Remember what? Tang Tian looked at everyone with disdain. Don't think that I will fall for your tricks. Let me tell you, I have long seen through your scams. You want to work together to trick me? No way. I just overslept. Suddenly, Tang Tian's head was in extreme pain. The pain was so intense that Tang Tian subconsciously hugged his head. Everyone talked at once and recounted everything that had happened that day. Tang Tian listened with his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. The second light pillar that descended from the sky immediately crumbled. The black flames that had yet to dissipate were like a bloodthirsty star spirit beast, pouncing towards Cetus constellation in the sky. Everyone immediately dispersed, giving him space. When he floated for half a meter, the safe and sound sword's light aura disappeared, and he fell into the sand. What they investigated the most was the black flame sword in Tang Tian's hands. Overslept? Wasn't I fighting? What a weird feeling. Tang Tian's face was puzzled. Tang Tian jumped in fright. Very quickly, the sword Saint Shaman King high surfaced. Wah wah wah. Cetus constellation's light aura flickered, but the third light pillar did not descend. Feeling the fear of the safe and sound sword, Tang Tian laughed out loud. Just kidding, just kidding. Should be. Crane was unsure. This is. Tang Tian shouted and jumped up, clumsily wearing his clothes, and ran out. The four of them were startled. This time, everyone quietened down. The sudden clamor and the group of people pouncing on him caused Tang Tian's head to buzz. He was at a loss. What was going on? He threw the unrealistic thought to the back of his head. This kind of low-grade childish scam, and you want to trick this godlike young lad. Humph humph. I have long seen through all of you. Tang Tian said happily. That sword is on you. Crane pointed to Tang Tian's waist. The berserk look in Tang Tian's eyes gradually disappeared. Are you all right? Han Bingning gathered his courage and asked Tang Tian. Ling Su clenched his teeth. This asshole, he finally woke up. I want to beat him up. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Damn it. The plan is completely messed up. This brat actually activated his second consciousness. So early, it is truly unexpected. And, he quietly floated in the sky. Looking down, his mind was moving quickly. I have to go back to sleep. Sigh, that idiot, he is not even half as smart as I am. Losing control of his body, he fell from the sky and was about to smash into the sand. The safe and sound sword in his left hand suddenly lit up with a faint light aura, supporting his body, stopping his fall. We were originally here to help, but were ambushed on the way. The four of them had an unnatural expression, and in the end it was Liang Qiu who explained. They were originally here to help, but in the end they were not able to help and were obstructed on the way. The smile on Tang Tian's face had disappeared. He touched the sword sheath, and a familiar feeling arose. It was as though he had trained in sword techniques for a long time. It was strange. He had not trained in sword techniques for a long time. Battle? Which battle? Tang Tian could not make heads or tails of it. His face was blank. Ha! Then we must definitely have a feast to celebrate. Tang Tian cheered with both of his arms raised up high, and with that he pounced towards the roasting lamb. He did not care about the sword at his waist, but when his fingers touched the sword sheath, he was startled. An indescribable feeling welled up in his body. His heart moved, and he unsheathed the sword. This fellow's second consciousness is very strong, as expected of. Wu Wanhai was a sword saint. It seemed like his own father was not a simple person, and the secrets in his body that were not known to anyone seemed to be more than what he had imagined. Snatching the star power of Pavo constellation, and then the void dark flames, drawing out the Saint Sword Ocean prison and all the sword techniques and information that flowed into his mind like a tide. After listening, Tang Tian was quiet for a long time and suddenly asked, "Where's the Saint Sword?" Tang Tian suddenly saw a few familiar faces and was surprised. "Ah, Housefly Cow, why are you guys here?" At this time, Crane and Ling Su walked over. Ling Su had already calmed down after being consoled by Crane. Crane heard Tang Tian's words, and his heart moved. "Do you still remember that battle?" His movements were extremely fast, causing Tang Tian to be startled by his own movements, and subconsciously thrusted his sword out. "I'm injured." This time, it was Tang Tian's turn to be startled. He lowered his head to look at himself. "I'm not injured." Chapter 315. Tang Tian was overjoyed. The little flag on Yaya's but fluttered in the wind. Trembling, it was extremely comical. He squatted down, laughing maniacally, and used his fingers to play with the little flag on Yaya's butt. "A few years ago, I heard that his daughter contracted a strange illness and had been searching for a cure for the past few years. My luck is not bad, and I finally found one this year." Sima Xiao laughed. Phoenix Constellation does not have an army, and Arong is not a direct descendant. He is wasting his time in the security team and has yet to fulfill his ambitions. To be able to torment an army here, why would he not be happy? Qiu Zhijun was surprised. "You actually managed to convince him?" He made a throat-slitting gesture. "Hey, Yaya, how did you end up like this?" Tang Tian looked at the smoky Yaya dumbstruck. Tu Ru Hai has been living too smoothly for the past few years. One wrong move, and he lost everything. He has long forgotten about it. Fatty Li sneered. He downed the red wine in one gulp and said if he could drag it out for another 10 days, he might have the chance to make a comeback. "But a pity. I have been waiting for this day." "Master, we cannot allow him to do that. My Cetus constellation is one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, although we do not like to go around fighting. But when have we ever suffered such humiliation? Under everyone's eyes, he stepped on my Cetus constellation and became a constellation dark treasure. Humph, that Lupus constellation is just a southern sky constellation and does not even have the qualifications to carry our shoes. That Tang Tian is just a mere 8th level and dares to use our Cetus constellation as a stepping stone. He must be tired of living." Yaya is fleshy but twisted and struggled free from Tang Tian's fingers. "Io, little shorty, don't think that just because you dyed it black, you can grow taller." Tang Tian laughed out loud, his face full of ridicule. Fatty Li laughed and once again filled up the cup. He was extremely pleased. "Tell me, how can I not celebrate?" Yaya proudly put her hands on its fleshy waist and raised her head with an expression that said, "Come and praise me for being awesome." Qiu Zhijun said calmly, "There is very little information on Wu Wang Hai, but we did find out that roughly 20 years ago, a spirit general suspected to be Wu Wang Hai appeared near Southern Cross constellation." Yaya was even more furious. She jumped up and down in a series of small steps. As a result, Tang Tian became even more heartless and chased after her, stirring the little flag on Yaya's butt. "We can pressure the Honorable Martial Alliance to force Tang Tian to hand over that dark treasure. I've already heard that Tang Tian doesn't have a high position in the Honorable Martial Alliance. He's just connected with Jing House faction. I believe that if we pressure the Honorable Martial Alliance, the Honorable Martial Alliance will not protect us." A man dressed like a scholar stood up. He was called Ji Qiu and was an outstanding strategist. Tang Tian had played enough. He stood up and laughed. "Haha, I'll stop playing with you today. I still have things to do." The elders of Onyx Soul had strict ranks. Their ranks were the same as the constellation ranks. Southern Sky, Northern Sky, Polar Ground, Equatorial Palace Hall, and Ecliptic Palace Hall. Every rank had a strict number of elders. It was extremely difficult to ascend. unless one had a special contribution to the organization. If one wanted to ascend a rank, one had to have an empty spot in the previous rank. Onyx Soul did not allow internal strife. That was just empty talk. Since they could not do it openly, they could do it secretly. Your plan to obtain the position of patriarch has already failed. Chiu Ji-jun said, I've already received news. The elders think that the first branch has sacrificed too much. They have decided to compensate for the first branch. The first branch will continue to hold the position. So fast? Emma Wei Tian was surprised. He nodded his head, then go and do it. I will not let you do as you wish. Tang Tian's body froze. His pupils constricted. At that moment, the people below were all impassioned. Everyone nodded their heads. The Battle of Lupus Constellation originally did not have anything to do with Cetus Constellation. Who knew that in the end, Tang Tian would fight against Cetus Constellation and obtain the Constellation Dark Treasure. The warriors of Cetus Constellation were all injured. They were all furious. He suddenly laughed mischievously. Also, don't tell me you don't feel that these days are boring? Yu Ye's body uncontrollably fell to the ground. Who? Chiu Ji-jun asked. Tu Ru Hai's face was gloomy. His days were not good. The Battle of Lupus Constellation had caused him to lose face. The two family 6 guards were the crystallization of his blood and sweat. He had spent countless of his wealth. And what made him even angrier was Meng Wei's final actions. That slut did not know how to fight to the death. Instead, she used all her strength on a broken sword. Tu Ru Hai stood up. He needed to seek for support to get through this. If not, the Southern Sky Clan elders would pounce on him like wild dogs and tear him to shreds. The other party did not care. The scythe on his back had unknowingly appeared in his hands. A black aura flashed. How can a military leader be so easy to find? Fatty Lee laughed. It's because I have a lot of money now. Which talented person isn't stubborn? Sima Xiao said sternly. If I don't even have this bit of breadth of mind, what can I do? Leave the army to him. Give him whatever he wants. I won't ask. Fu Yan was one of Gong Qing's left and right arms. His prestige in Cetus Constellation was extremely high. His strength was unfathomable. Mo Wei Tian looked to be in a daze, but he quickly reacted. Did the city lord find a military leader? A black and meaty little fist flew out. It was Yaya, Phoenix Constellation, known as the Iron-Gloved Jerome. A muscular man said in a deep voice. Chiu Ji-jun nodded his head. His standard is not bad. In the past, he led a mercenary group with outstanding results. Ever since he left, the mercenary group collapsed not long after. But I heard that he is extremely stubborn, so the higher-ups of Phoenix do not like him. That's a good idea. Fu Yan punched his fist and said excitedly, Yang Wu was Sima Zhao's previous choice. Now that Rong Derong was here, it was impossible for Yang Wu to not have any thoughts. Ji Qiu spoke frankly with assurance. This subordinate heard that Tang Tian's goal is Southern Cross Constellation. If Tang Tian and the rest are not willing to hand it over, we can close the star door between Cetus Constellation and Lupus Constellation as punishment. Yaya shouted angrily. Countless of clan elders from Southern Sky were staring at his position, wishing that he could immediately fall from his position. Southern Cross Constellation. Sima Xiao stuffed the pastries into his mouth and said unclearly, The person who set it up is truly far-sighted. What other clues do you have? Cetus Constellation. Sima Zhao's smile disappeared. I don't know. But it's never a bad thing to be prepared. He felt a sense of urgency and had to take action. Fatty Lee opened a bottle of wine. With a satisfied smile on his face, he passed a cup to Mo Wei Tian. Brother, you better send those mechanical spirit weapons over quickly. I am waiting to build an army. Ha 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 ha. Fatty Lee laughed. Tu Ru Hai has 5 cities, and 2 of them are already in my hands. And I will spread the news. The remaining 3, I do not want any of them. Hee hee. All the little nan-nans below will all pounce on them with red eyes. 2 Ru Hai is finished. Hui. Sima family. The door in front of him opened without any wind, and a figure carrying a gigantic scythe and covered in a cloak appeared at his door. He walked to the door, and suddenly his face changed and he took half a step back. Yaya raised both of its hands and gestured with Iya, and then made a long sucking action. Sima Xiao said, "Let the 2 of them compete, and the loser will be the assistant. That is very fair. No one has any objections." Mo Wei Tian was even more surprised. City Lord got rich again. That's a good idea. Qiu Zhijun evaluated and suddenly asked, "You don't think well of the current situation? Or should I say, do you think that Tang Tian will really affect your plans?" Yaya immediately covered the little flag on its buttocks, and only stopped after jumping far away did it stop. Gong Qing did not even raise his eyelids and asked indifferently, "What ideas do you have?" "We can't just go and kill a wimpy brat with such a large group of people. If word gets out, we will definitely be seen as the strong bullying the weak, and we will definitely not be able to run away." Gong Qing sat on the seated throne, his hand supporting his chin on the armrest, as though he was deep in thought. He was already 60 years old, but looked like a 40-year-old middle-aged man, without any signs of aging, and had a scholarly temperament. He had already been in Cetus constellation for 10 years, and was fair, and was deeply loved by the citizens. Tang Tian had just stepped into the light door, when a black figure suddenly rushed in front of him, and suddenly stopped, causing him to jump in fright. Yaya's entire body was pitch black, as though he had just climbed out of a chimney, and his entire body was covered in soot. Only his pair of small eyes blinked. Mo Wei Tian was startled. "Black scythe?" "No." Qiu Zhijun shook his head. Mo Wei Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't tell me." It squeaked in dissatisfaction, its small fists thumping on its chest, sticking out its chest to show that it was strong and sturdy. Tang Tian pinched his nose with one hand, and carefully pinched Yaya's buttocks with the other, and brought it in front of him. Just that. 2 Ru Hai's face changed, and his voice trembled. "Who? Who hired you? I'll pay you. I'll pay double, no triple." "No choice. Our foundation is too weak." Sima Xiao waved his hand and said vaguely, "But it doesn't matter. I found a good military leader. As long as we build up the army, even if we don't have a patriarch position, it doesn't matter." "So dirty." I said, "You're not allowed to climb on me in the future." TSK, look at you. You look like a coal miner. It's good that you smoked that broken cigarette. It's so noisy all day, so annoying." Tang Tian immediately said with a serious face, "But I still have to remind you, little friend, smoking is harmful to your health." Gong Qing nodded his head. "That's right. But what if Tang Tian doesn't hand it over? Are we going to find trouble with Tang Tian? As one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, to find trouble with a brat who is still wet behind the ears, it would be an unfair victory. Seems like that's the only way." Sima Xiao said indifferently. Yaya was enraged, its 2 meaty legs half squatted, and got into a fighting stance. Gong Qing felt that it was a good idea. Cetus constellation was the shortest route to Southern Cross constellation. If Tang Tian and the rest did not agree, it would mean that they had to take a big detour. The time spent and the danger they would encounter would be many times more. And with that, they would not have too much of a conflict with the Honorable Martial Alliance, and no one would say anything. Qiu Zhijun asked, "Then what about Yang Wu?" Tang Tian watched in a daze, and only reacted after a while and asked in a daze, You said that you inhaled all of the cigarette into your stomach?" There were already many rumors saying that his position as clan elder of the Northern Sky was unstable. Chapter 316. This blue ice crystal is a terrifying poison called the ice blue heart because it directly affects a person's state of mind. In the past, there were people who used it to train in bewitching and bewitching martial techniques. It is the same as the void dark flames and is also mixed by humans. And when it is mixed with the void dark flames, it forms a delicate balance and is not poisonous, such a miraculous method. I have never heard of it before. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Of course. Bing knew it was a crucial moment and started to brag. You know, in my era, the atmosphere was rather free. Especially for the training of martial techniques, there were no rules and regulations now, and the pursuit of the limit was a kind of atmosphere. For example, the fastest sword, the strongest power, the strongest defense, the strongest perception, the most agile footwork. Whoever can achieve one of them will immediately become famous in the army. Those assholes all have nowhere to vent their energy, so they spend their days tormenting themselves. Out of the 3 great armies, our Southern Cross Army's atmosphere is definitely the best. Old man Fei laughed foolishly. He was extremely satisfied with the conditions there. At the start, he was worried about 3 Spirit City, a place he had never heard of before, and did not know what kind of countryside it was. There are some results. Old man Fei's mind was roused. For the past few days, he had been researching day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. He was very clear the boss had spent 5 billion, and the importance he placed on this matter was incomparable. The sooner he produced results, the more the boss would value it, and the more confidence he would have in himself. Master, please follow me. Old man Fei led the way, passing through layers of mechanisms, and arrived at the depths of the tightly guarded laboratory. Yaya's body froze, his meaty face filled with fear. Sai Lei immediately divided an astonishingly large area for him. He was sure that if the blood meridian specialists in Yong'an City saw his current condition, they would not even want a single star coin, and would run over crying and screaming. Bing finally could not help but reveal a ridiculing look. You think anyone can open it? Only people like me with authority can open it. The ranks of the army are much stricter than you think, rookie. Clay soil plateau? Tang Tian stammered. It means it is not inherited from the parents. Old man Fei explained. Yaya's fist stopped 2 centimeters away from Tang Tian's nose. Now there's a chance for it to redeem itself. Bing's voice suddenly came out from behind Tang Tian. The darkness disappeared as quickly as it came. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared like a phantom. An abandoned barracks? Tang Tian was stunned. A bronze base of such a large scale. Really? Tang Tian didn't believe it. As soon as Tang Tian entered, he was attracted by a wisp of black flame floating in the glass cover. Bing was suddenly enlightened and immediately changed his expression, like a spring breeze. With the army barracks, it will be of great help to your training of martial techniques. Think about it, the wind concealment and air shield strike technique that you are training now have the qualifications to become unique martial techniques. As long as you have a barracks, your chances of breaking through will greatly increase. Many of the training programs in the barracks exist for the sake of pursuing the limits. Tang Tian didn't notice it just now, but upon closer inspection, he realized that there was a needle-sized blue ice crystal floating in the glass cover. It was too small, and Tang Tian didn't notice it just now. Bing pointed to the left of Tang Tian. It's in that direction, but we need to open a path through the clock sand. Yaya's swallowing light steel fist is suitable. Yes, I remember that when we used light body techniques to travel, it would take us about 2 months. Bing recalled. The clay soil plateau is extremely vast, and the Tao tribe lives there. In the past, in our army, many people were from the Tao tribe. Tang Tian was just asking casually. He didn't expect old man Fei to have results, and immediately said, "Tell me about it." The more Tang Tian thought about it, the angrier he got, and the more he felt pain. He stared at Yaya with an unkind expression. Yaya immediately put on a flattering smile, but it had a cold face, and other than its eyes, nothing else could be seen. Tang Tian left the recruit barracks full of pity and came to 3 Spirit City, and was welcomed by Pai Pa, who brought him to old man Fei's laboratory. Tang Tian's heart moved. Could it be? The reason why we abandoned it is not because of any problems with its functions. Bing patiently explained, and I can also take over that barracks so I can open it. It has many functions and can give you even more help. The barracks of the Southern Cross Army have very complete functions, and it can give birth to a captain level and above spirit military leader. Suddenly, the world spun, and it was picked up by Tang Tian. Then its body was pulled into a thin film, and then it was kneaded into a ball. Tang Tian muttered, "Other than being a little darker, there's no change. Don't tell me that the black smoke is used to swallow it? Do I need to dissect it? See if there are any spirit cards for the swallowing light steel fist?" Tang Tian reacted and stammered, "Swallowing light steel fist." The black flames in Master's blood meridians, after separating them, we finally determined that it is the void dark flames. When Old Man Fei talked about his field of expertise, he immediately became energetic. The void dark flames exists in the void. Until now, there are only 3 blood meridians that have the possibility of possessing the void dark flames. But after eliminating them, they are not the 3. And I realized the void dark flames in Master's blood meridians is not innate. Request? Tang Tian was startled. To be able to undo my blood meridians. Request for profit? Pai Pa continued to ask. Seeing Bing's "I am an important person" face, Tang Tian sneered, "Hey, officer, then go and open it." Old Man Fei secretly guessed that Master must have come from an ancient aristocratic family, and only those aristocratic families could possibly have such a large scale. The bronze base already made him extremely shocked, and Sai Lei's mechanical laboratory made him even more shocked. He did not have much understanding of mechanisms, but he could still see the configuration here was enough to make most of the mechanical engineers jealous. "All right." Tang Tian casually passed Jia and casually asked, "Roughly how far is it?" "The conditions are not bad." Tang Tian looked around. The space here was vast, all sorts of treasures, lined up in a row. The light aura practically blinded Tang Tian's eyes. Spending 5 billion on treasures. The result was extremely shocking if other blood meridian specialists were to see this scene. They would definitely be so jealous that they would vomit blood and die on the spot. Yaya was obviously extremely pleased with Tang Tian's expression, but it forgot that it was in the air, and with a plop it dropped to the ground, like a piece of jelly being flattened. In the blink of an eye, its body that was filled with elasticity returned to its original state and bounced up from the ground. "That means it was added in later?" Tang Tian asked. Old Man Fei's hand pointed to another glass cover. Tang Tian looked at Yaya sympathetically and dug out a path across the entire plateau. Old Man Fei said, "When I separated the void dark flames and ice blue heart, Master's blood had a new change." Tang Tian saw Pai Pa, and his eyes lit up. "Pai Pa, do you have any suggestions?" Who knew that when he followed Belle to 3 Spirit City and saw the gigantic base under construction, he was completely dumbstruck. Doesn't that mean that if someone finds the barracks, they will be able to produce a spirit military leader? Tang Tian asked. "That's right. I do not know and am not smart enough, but there are smart people out there." It regretted it to death. Not showing off, not courting death. The sudden darkness caused Tang Tian to be dumbstruck. That was a unique martial technique, and it was actually swallowed by a Bud Spirit General. Such a waste. So much money. Tang Tian's face turned suspiciously. "What do you mean by atoning for my sins?" "No request." Tang Tian shook his head. There were many ways to earn money, and he did not wish to delay the progress of breaking the blood meridians. "I hope that it can be done as soon as possible. The only goal of the laboratory is to break my blood meridians. Pai Pa is really capable. I'll leave it to you," Tang Tian said happily. "The real barracks?" Tang Tian was immediately attracted to Bing's topic and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that the real barracks are all at Southern Cross Constellation?" Tang Tian was moved. Where is the abandoned army? Yaya immediately raised his head and displayed an expression of, I am extremely trustworthy. Not an 8? What do you mean? Tang Tian was startled. So it's like that. Tang Tian was enlightened and immediately asked suspiciously, What's the use of the abandoned barracks? Who? Tang Tian looked at the empty surroundings and said, If you need help, you can go and find some people. Can I? Old man Fei was surprised. He knew of many talented blood meridian specialists. He looked at the luxurious laboratory and thought of his old comrades who were still munching on vegetables. That's right, Bing recalled. It used to be the front lines and there was an army station there, but after that our defensive line continued to expand outwards and the army's encampment also continued to move outwards, so the barracks gradually became abandoned. Your strength has already broken through the limit of the recruit barracks. The recruit barracks will no longer be able to give you any new help. We need a real barracks. Bing explained he did not mention anything about the battle with Tang Tian that day. I understand. Pai Pa said calmly, I will use this point to formulate a relevant plan. The light in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Tang Tian's vision was suddenly pulled into darkness. Yaya had already fainted from the shock. Bing beamed with joy as he received it and said, It's not far, just pass through the clay plateau and you'll be there. Old man Fei did not refute. After these few days of interaction, Pai Pa's knowledge and ability had already convinced him. Whenever he met with any problems, the first person he would look for was Pai Pa, and Pai Pa was obviously more reliable than Sai Lei, who could disappear anytime. That can be done, Tang Tian said. If there's a suitable person, just directly call them over. That's true, Bing continued. But near the recruit barracks, there is actually an abandoned barracks. Pai Pa pondered for a moment and asked, Master, what are your requirements for the laboratory? Yaya happily bent his arm and acted like a strong man. Master's understanding is very correct. Old man Fei's face congealed. This void dark flame is through the use of human power and was completely dispersed and mixed into Master's blood. Other than that, I also discovered another substance that is similar to the void dark flame. All right, old Fei, any results recently? Tang Tian asked. Chapter 317. Master's blood is definitely not normal. Old man Fei said excitedly, The void dark flames and the ice blue heart are the outermost locks of Master's blood. The two are completely opposite substances, but they achieve a perfect balance like a lock and also like a protective layer. The silver liquid and the black sand is a completely new balance. If Master wants to activate the power of his blood meridians, you have to open all the locks. Old man Fei glanced at Tang Tian and hesitated. Tang Tian suddenly slapped his forehead. I actually forgot to check the spoils of war. Seeing Yaya dragging the three little ones, with a face full of determination, he walked towards the place where the 2222 was and continued to 2222. Tang Tian was gratified. The teasing voice, along with the moist and fragrant breath, drilled into Tang Tian's ears. You can even see through this. Little Tang Tang is becoming more and more powerful. It was still the same sweet voice, her fingertips grinding, like a sharp knife, causing Tang Tian's heart to tremble. I heard you earned one. 5 billion in Yong'an City. You see. Don't you want to support me a little? Whatever conditions you have, I can satisfy you. She turned her head, smiling like a flower, and caressed Tang Tian's face. Little Tang Tian is such a good boy. I did not dote on you in vain. When will Mo Wei Tian arrive? The concentrated vibrations caused Tang Tian to be startled for a moment. When he saw it clearly, he was instantly gratified. Tang Tian was excited, his hairs all standing. Yaya quickly waved her little fists, like a small-scale wall chiseling machine. 222 moving forward. Her speed was extremely fast. Not long later, she advanced over 10M, as expected of the swallowing light steel fist. I was thinking, why would he use the void dark flames and the ice blue heart, and not the others? Other than the fact that the two are completely opposite, there must be a deeper reason. The ice blue heart can make people calm and sensitive, while the void dark flames has the exact opposite effect. It can make people go berserk and thus stimulate the power of the body. Tang Tian secretly cursed. Then we will have to search from these locks. In the little old man's opinion, the greatest use of this lock was for protection. One possibility was to protect the Lord's bloodline from being used by outsiders. Even if others obtained the Lord's bloodline, it would be useless, unless they could break these locks, but this was extremely difficult. It could also be to protect you from the backlash of your bloodline. The sweet voice drilled into Tang Tian's ears, but Tang Tian couldn't help but shiver. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Tang Tian forced himself to calm down and laughed. Don't tell me you're short of money again. That's right. I want half. Sai Lei was murderous. I can't let that poker face take everything for himself. Bloodline backlash. This was the first time Tang Tian had heard of this, and his face was full of surprise. Old Man Fei said excitedly, Don't worry, Master, I will do my best. Just as he stepped out of the room, a snow-white arm wrapped around his neck. Sai Lei was like a female hoodlum on Tang Tian's shoulder. It looked intimate, but in actual fact, she was forcefully dragging Tang Tian away. They will definitely come within these 2 days. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. After saying that, he ran away. Tang Tian was tortured for a full 15 minutes and had no choice but to force himself to close his eyes. He patted Old Man Fei's shoulder. You did great. All right, I'll leave it all to you. He happily prepared to return to the Lupus tribe. It was time to reap the harvest. Sai, now that I have so much money, what should I do? Tang Tian shook his head. He had the look of someone who suddenly became rich, and his tone was full of flaunting. Yes, Old Man Fei explained. Why are most of the strong ancient races now annihilated? Because of their pure bloodline. The power contained within is too strong. Once the power explodes and their bodies are unable to withstand it, they will explode and die. Especially during the fantasy years, this kind of explosion is very common. Now that the blood meridians of the fighting races are not pure, there is no danger of their bodies exploding. Actually, it is also a type of evolution, to allow the race to continue on. Yes, Old Man Fei was afraid that Tang Tian would slap his head and ask him to understand, and immediately said, This is a long-term job and will last for a very long time. Every lock's substance and power is unknown, and to understand it is not easy. I have seen the ice heart indigo and void dark flames before, so my progress is faster. Old Man Fei chattered on, saying a bunch of things that Tang Tian did not understand, causing Tang Tian to become dizzy. Dong dong dong. No one knew her character better than him. To be as venomous as a snake or scorpion, that was an insult to a snake or scorpion. Seeing Sai Lei's posture, Tang Tian knew something was wrong. That's good. Old Man Fei relaxed and laughed. These few days I have been researching on the void dark flames and ice heart indigo. This method of balance is extremely exquisite. The person who did it is not only powerful, but also has profound attainments in blood meridians. Based on these two, I have some gains. Yes, what do we do? We can't even finish spending the flowers. Belle giggled. But regarding Mo Wei Tian's trip to Three Spirit City, he was extremely confident. If he had lost, that would be another matter. But since he had won, Mo Wei Tian would definitely not sit still. Sigh. Belle was extremely pleased. Didn't Yong'an City have people betting on who will win? Anyway, I think if Master loses, there is no meaning to the funds. I will use all the funds that Master gave me and bet it all on Master winning. That will be a huge profit. If I believed you, I would be stupid. Tang Tian coughed lightly. As a man, you have to accept the tough challenges. You have to learn to share the joys and sorrows with your brothers. Look, you still have your companions. Tang Tian reminded him. Remember to prepare 1 or 2 new mechanical spirit weapon designs. Who knows, you might be able to sell them for a good price. Tang Tian did not know that these things could not be rushed, and consoled him. You just have to hurry. But, as a man, how could he be scared by a woman? Tang Tian swore solemnly. This is my blood. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. He could not believe his own eyes. Could it be that my blood meridians are very powerful? Tang Tian was roused. What gains? Why are there these things in my blood? Tang Tian subconsciously asked. The second lock? Tang Tian was startled. Tang Tian yawned and left. Io, can't big sister miss you? Her snow-white fingers teasingly lifted up Tang Tian's chin, exhaling like orchids. Her enchanting face caused people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Faintly she said, 5 billion laboratory, such a large sum. Big sister, and that poker face, only split 3 billion, and he still has the biggest share. Big sister is so pitiful, now the laboratory is so small, broken, and dark. Little Tang Tang, tell me, shouldn't you save big sister? Tang Tian stared at him. If you have something to say, say it. Don't worry, this old lady's way of doing business, compared to a rookie like you, is much stronger. Sai Lei arrogantly turned and left. Old man Fei embarrassedly said, This matter, who can say for sure? But this old man has a few guesses. Tang Tian pointed to the 3 mini mechanical beasts standing at the side. Yes, old man Fei was slightly fanatical. This is the first time this subordinate has seen such a miraculous blood, and this is definitely not its original form. The composition of the silver liquid and black sand is not clear, but this subordinate dares to confirm. They are actually the same as the void, dark flames, ice blue heart, and are equivalent to the second lock. Bell extended out 5 fingers. 500 million! How many? Tang Tian was startled. He did not have a single guess. But old man Fei could actually think of a few, and asked curiously, Which few? What change? Tang Tian asked anxiously. Did something good happen to you? Tang Tian asked curiously. I don't know yet. Old man Fei shook his head and said carefully, I need to completely unlock it to know. Maybe Master's blood meridians might not be strong, but it might be very special and sensitive. To escape from enemies, that is not impossible. When Tang Tian saw Bell, Bell's face was filled with joy. The 3 mini mechanical beasts were immediately filled with fear and turned to run, while Yaya's face was suddenly enlightened and he disappeared. That after a period of time, Mo Wei Tian will come here. He brought a big business. Tang Tian originally wanted to divert the trouble, but the more he spoke, the more he felt that his idea was brilliant. The last time we sold Mo Wei Tian's Corvus gold, he sold it all to Yong and City Lord. He earned about 16 billion. Master, please take a look. Old man Fei opened the bronze cold storage box and took out a test tube. Tang Tian did not care about the pain and immediately said, But he plans to give all 16 billion to us. Of course, there is a condition. We need to help him train a batch of students. Logically speaking, this matter has nothing to do with you. But think about it. You built the foundations and contributed to it. Whatever training facilities, they need you to build them, and you contributed to it. The main point is the mechanical spirit weapons used for training also need you to create them. I feel this 16 billion, you need to get at least half. Tang Tian felt a pain in his chin and took a deep cold breath, then heard Sai Lei clenching her teeth. This unscrupulous businessman! Tang Tian immediately became excited. How much did you earn? Seems like I need to prepare well. Sai Lei rolled up her sleeves, her face filled with killing intent, as though she wanted to rip Mo Wei Tian off. But this time he had gained a lot, although he did not understand the true mystery of the blood meridians. But at least he had a substantial improvement. He had to let Belle go and find out about the sword Saint Wu Wang Hai. Crane said the sword that he pulled out from the void was called Ocean Prison. He was like a gust of wind passing through 3 Spirit City, and like a gust of wind, he appeared in the recruit barracks. As expected, they are all trash that burn bridges after crossing the river. Aye, little Tang Tang, we haven't met for so many days. Big sister misses you. Her red fingernails caressed Tang Tian's chin, causing Tang Tian to have goosebumps all over his body. This lady will not slit my throat right. The test tube was like mercury with an intense silver white metallic luster. The texture was sticky, mixed with specks of black sand. It was extremely mysterious. But when Tang Tian thought about the high plains, the weather today is so good. That means as long as I completely unlock it, I will be able to understand. Tang Tian was completely confused by old man Fei's possibilities. Yaya sensed Tang Tian and immediately appeared beside Tang Tian's legs. Her small hands tugging on Tang Tian's pants, she pouted, raising her chubby pitch-black face, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 318. After Tang Tian and Bing entered the light door, they suddenly noticed that there was a small path that had already been dug out for a long distance. He suddenly thought about it. The flow of time here was very different from the outside world. Amari hesitated for a while, then said, "Fundamental Tang, I have something to tell you." "You mean?" Bing was deep in thought. Upon thinking about it, not only was Crane not afraid of the Honorable Martial Alliance, but he was also extremely excited. Sima Xiangshan said coldly, "Then we will wait for the Honorable Martial Group to chase after us." Crane did not refute, but said calmly, "You are now in the limelight, publicly leaving the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Honorable Martial Alliance will definitely not let you go. We need to make preparations in advance. Firstly, we need to first close the star door to Cetus Constellation and cut off Cetus Constellation's attack route, to prevent them from being attacked from the front and back. Secondly, we need to use the shortest time possible to wipe out the other powerhouses of Lupus Constellation and stabilize our own base camp. Thirdly, we need to make preparations and wait for the Honorable Martial Alliance to come." Tang Tian was quiet for a while, then suddenly raised his head. "Uncle." Amari's face flushed red. "If they want to chase after us, so be it. If a man has to live so sullenly, then why not just die? The one with the surname Sima, if you are afraid of death, just say it." When Tang Tian returned to the tribe, he realized that the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Crane, Ling Su, Amari, and a few others sat around. All of their faces were not looking good. But everyone present was a person who wished for the world to be in chaos, so they all dispersed and started to train. "I want to use this 16 billion and use it all on everyone. I want everyone to become stronger." "Well said." Tang Tian's heart was moved. No matter what, everyone's trust made him feel warm. He said solemnly, "I don't understand the big principles, but I will definitely not hand the sword over to them. I will not be aggrieved or look at the big picture. I only understand one sentence: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They respect me, I will respect them. Whoever wants to bully me, I will use my fists to return the favor. Hey, Ling Su, are you really not afraid?" Suddenly, Bing's voice sounded out. "Homa Air and Tang, ye can just bring the army. Control the starry door first. And the martial artists of Lupus Constellation that had already surrendered could be recruited. Kongda and the rest were dead, so they were more reliable. Homa Air, how many starry doors does Lupus Constellation have?" "No problem." Tang Tian didn't know anything about strategy, but when it came to improving one's strength, he was quite experienced. "Our spoils of war this time have a lot of useful artifacts. Everyone, see if there are any that are suitable for you and choose for yourselves." Then everyone thought about what could increase their strength in a short period of time. Spirit cards, star rocks, star treasures, anything would do. "Tell me everything. I'll think of a way." "I quit the Honorable Martial Alliance," Tang Tian said resolutely. "There's no point in joining such an organization. I like the spirit of a nouveau riche. Sima Yen laughed. Why? Tang Tian was stunned. Liang Qiu immediately stopped the two of them. Bing looked at Tang Tian quietly. Suddenly, it was as though he had returned to the past. That young lad was like Tang Tian now. His eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. His fighting spirit was high, and he asked the commander with a trace of naivety. Commander, you definitely have a way for me to become stronger quickly, right? Tang Tian's gaze became cold, his face green. Liang Qiu stood up and sighed. Cetus Constellation is pressuring us. They think that our actions against Cetus Constellation are not appropriate. They think that they wish to take back the safe and sound sword and destroy it. The clan elder said that if you are willing, the Honorable Martial Group is willing to compensate you. I was originally afraid of death. Sima Shangshan said sinisterly. Luckily, I did something to our Honorable Martial Plate. If not, we would be burdened by a fool like you. Liang Qiu reminded him. The most important thing to deal with the Honorable Martial Sect is to have such treasures. Huh. Bing was surprised. He stopped. Ling Su reminded him. The clothes for training true power are useful. He felt weird. He could not help but ask. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? People who don't know would think that we lost. That's a good idea. Bing's eyes lit up. I'll go find Sai Lei. Who are you calling a fool? Amari's eyes widened. He was furious. Tang Tian's expression suddenly became cold. What does it have to do with Cetus Constellation? Everyone burst out laughing. Tang Tian nodded, indicating that he understood. That's great. I'm not afraid of hard work. Tang Tian was so happy that he jumped up. His tone was confident. We're not afraid. So, the first thing we need to do is to drag it out. Crane's black pupils were calm and wise. Regarding the matter of the sword, we need to act hesitant. Just say that we are thinking. After that, we can pretend to discuss terms with the Honorable Martial Group. We need to give them the misconception that we are reluctantly willing to hand it over, but the terms must be suitable. And in this period of time, we need to use the fastest speed to sweep Lupus Constellation. Haha, little Bing Bing, there is indeed such a thing. But it's very hard work. The majestic captain had a cigar in his mouth. He caressed the young man's head and laughed. Amari's eyes were filled with anger. He said stiffly, The clan elder hopes that you can hand the safe and sound sword over to the Honorable Martial Group. There will be a day when I will use my fist to smash open the door of Cetus Constellation. Cetus Constellation means that if we reject them, they will close the starry door between Cetus Constellation and Lupus Constellation. Liang Qiu insisted on finishing his sentence. Stab them to death. Kill them. Only after Bing had arranged everything did Crane continue. Wait until we have swept Lupus Constellation. Then we will suddenly close the starry door to Cetus Constellation. At this time, the Honorable Martial Group and Cetus Constellation would also wake up. But if the Honorable Martial Group wants to deal with us, they will need to gather martial artists from the northern skies, 19 continents. This also requires time. We need to strive for this period of time and work hard to raise our own strength. Ling Su was enraged. Get lost. Tang Tian raised his head. He looked at Bing with anticipation. Amari was enraged. Humph, the clan elder is too weak. If senior brother Jing Hao was here, such a thing would definitely not happen. Crane's explanation was clear. Almost everyone nodded their heads. Don't appear for the next few days. Crane said, As long as you don't appear, Tang Yi and the rest's movements will not attract too much attention. Lupus Constellation is such a small place. The people up there will not care about it. At the end, Tang Tian's tone was as fierce as a wolf. No one interrupted the matter of commanding the battle. Previously, Bing had already displayed his strength as a military general. If Cetus Constellation closes the star door, we will also close the star door. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. That's right, we are still weak now. But if we continue to walk down the constellation after constellation, we will definitely become stronger. We can be defeated or killed, but we will definitely not be scared to death. If we retreat here, then how many more dangers and difficulties are waiting for us to retreat? Liang Qiu understood Tang Tian's character. After all, they came from the same place. With Tang Tian's wild and untamed character, how could he submit? The higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance probably wanted to use this method to suppress Tang Tian, who was in the limelight. The Honorable Martial Alliance had a strict hierarchy. The higher-ups were extremely strict to the lower-ups. Even though Tang Tian was in the limelight, but with the identity of a bronze-ranked martial artist, he had no position in the Honorable Martial Group. Suddenly, Han Bingning said, I am not going back to the Honorable Martial Group. 4. Huma Air immediately said, 1 leads to Cetus Constellation, 1 leads to Corvus Constellation, 1 leads to Delphinus Constellation, and the last one leads to a place called Zhenhai City. All right. Tang Tian agreed. Amari jumped up excitedly. Sister Bing is not going back either. That's great. I am not going back either. I am so angry. Such a broken Honorable Martial Group. Without any loyalty, it is so stifling. Broken, broken, broken Honorable Martial Group. Liang Qiu laughed warmly. Of course, everyone will be together. Uncle, you definitely have a way, right? Bing nodded his head. You guys have to make a big show of force. We have just defeated Onyx Soul. If we make a big show of force, there will be fewer people resisting. Ma Air, Tang Yi, go to the prison camp and choose your captives. Also, they were ambushed. There was definitely someone colluding with outsiders. Tang Tian suddenly thought of an idea. Hey, Uncle, if we let Sai Lei make more mechanical beasts, will it be faster? But the person Liang Qiu was most disappointed in was undoubtedly the clan elder. No wonder their branch was not strong enough in the neutral faction. The clan elder knew of Tang Tian and Jing Hao's relationship and had promised to take care of them in the past. But they actually retreated so easily, it truly made their hearts cold. What's the matter? Tang Tian had a weird look. Hey, housefly cow, when did you learn to stutter? Huma Air immediately followed. With the help of the 3 little ones, Yaya's speed increased tremendously. They had already advanced over 10 li. Everyone kept quiet. At most, we will fight. Who's afraid of who? Cetus Constellation. A cold intent flashed past Crane's eyes. Seeing Tang Tian's expression, he said, Tang Tian, this sword belongs to you. You can make any decision. Bing was startled. It was as though a lifetime had passed. Yes, Tang Yi replied. That's right. Ling Su snorted. Just a broken fish, 1 spear to death. Tang Tian's words were resolute and decisive. Crane looked at the group of youngsters who were shouting and shouting. It was as though they could not wait to fight again. He rubbed his head. They were truly a group of impulsive and crude fellows. They did not have any strategy. He could only ask. Then what about the Honorable Martial Alliance? Everyone quietened down. Everyone was excited and slightly fearful. In the battle with the 2 Family 6 guards, Tu Ru Hai was just a Northern Sky grade clan elder. But this time they had fallen out with the Honorable Martial Alliance. What awaited them was a fierce battle. The Honorable Martial Alliance's punishment towards defectors was extremely severe. One could imagine that once they knew the truth, the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance would definitely be furious. Coincidentally, Bing blurted out, Indeed there is, but it will be very tough. Can you lend me that sum of money? Tang Tian was slightly embarrassed. That sum of money from Mo Wei Tian. Tang Tian seemed to be saying to himself, This battle, we must definitely win. I know, everyone is involved in this battle because of me. No matter what, we cannot fail. Chapter 319. Purple Gold Grade Spirit Cards were spirit cards that had the qualifications to obtain unique martial techniques. Who would have thought that there would be 3 of them? Tang Tian was extremely pleased. To be able to complete this underground base in 2 days, he almost died from exhaustion. What he was looking forward to the most was Bing's special training, and Sima Xiangshan requested for a light body technique, purple gold grade spirit card. Go steps. Come down. Tang Tian was expressionless and was the first to jump down. Slightly lower were the 2 polar grade silver weapons, Ursa Minor constellations, Earthwave Bear, and Draco constellations, Heavenly Dragon Cry. The former was obtained from Wu Taiyu, and the latter was obtained from Huai by Hua. The market price of these 2 items were around 500 million. The remaining purple gold grade spirit card was a fist technique, soft fist. Out of all of them, only Tang Tian trained in fist techniques, but when he saw the name, he frowned. To him, fist techniques should be tyrannical and fierce. How could this soft fist technique be considered a fist technique? He was knocked out in an instant. The silver light of the star treasure was even more dazzling than the sun. Sai Lei's efficiency was astonishing. A large number of mechanical beasts were sent into the light door. Following Yaya's frantic 222, the digging speed increased greatly. Tang Tian was inspired and made Sai Lei create another dozen of sand-digging mechanical beasts. The sand dunes were soft and digging was easy. In a night, the dozen mechanical beasts dug out a huge space, and all the bronze parts were directly dismantled from the bronze base in 3 Spirit City. Using the silver Aquarius cabinet, they were transported and assembled. Death special training? Amari was curious. What's that? That's right, Bing said indifferently. If we were to talk about what can stimulate a person's potential, the number 1 thing is only one thing, and that is death. When you face death, you will realize that everything in your world will change, including your state of mind, your willpower, your martial techniques, etc. It will allow you to grow quickly, transform, or collapse. The star coins were piled up like a mountain, emitting energy undulations that were as dense as aged wine. It's your destiny to work as a laborer, Sima Xiangshan added. But for the sake of the purple card, Tang Tian reluctantly accepted it. As for secret treasures, Tang Tian didn't really need them. There were no armors inside. Otherwise, he would have been interested. Liang Qiu was also greatly shocked. He muttered to himself, "This amount of money, it should be enough to buy Wu and Star." Tang Tian's wind concealment and air shield strike technique had cost a lot of money. As for the value of these spirit cards, Tang Tian was unable to judge. In the eyes of many, this was already a war. It was just that many people were jealous of the good luck of the desert bumpkins. But even more people did not hesitate to side with Tang Tian. When it came to hugging someone's thigh, whoever was late would have their status affected in the future. 2 days later, he suddenly summoned Ling Su, Crane, and the rest to his residence. Just these 64 treasures could give Tang Tian around 600 million star coins. The spirit cards that the Heaven Road list martial artists brought along naturally would not be ordinary goods. There were a total of 28 cards, all of which were rank 8 and above gold grade cards. What surprised Tang Tian the most were the 3 purple gold grade cards. To possess such astonishing power as a mechanical engineer, special training? Even Tang Tian was shocked. These were just the treasures. That's right. Bing's voice floated out from the shadows of the base. He slowly floated in front of everyone. The next battle will be extremely difficult. You all know the style of the Honorable Martial Alliance. They will definitely send people to annihilate you all. So, you all need to complete the special death training in this period of time. We seem to have struck it rich. Tang Tian felt as though he was stepping on a pile of cotton. His legs were light as a feather, and he felt as though his voice was floating. When he heard Mo Wei Tian say 16 billion, Tang Tian did not feel anything, as 16 billion to him was just a number. Liang Qiu trained in Sans Ho of the 3 purple gold grade cards. There was coincidentally one of the Sans Ho type, called Yin Yang Sans Ho. Tang Yi and Hua Air had just set off. When the various powerhouses of Lupus Constellation received the news, they all expressed their surrender. On the first day, out of the 4 starry doors, 3 of them expressed their surrender. On the second day, the powerhouse of the last starry door also expressed their surrender, adding on to the fact that they had personally witnessed Tang Tian's terrifying strength. They had long been convinced by Tang Tian. After taking stock, Tang Tian then knew. Their awards were extremely shocking. Earthen Wave Bear was given to Amari. Amari was born with godly strength, and in this period of training, his brute force had become even stronger. With the help of Earthen Wave Bear, he would become even more terrifying. Sima Xiangshan continued to stab. You overestimate Wu's star. What kind of mechanical master, in 2 days, could build a small-scale bronze base underground without anyone knowing? But when the 10 billion worth of spoils of war was placed in front of him, it was as though he was punched by someone, causing him to feel dizzy. This was simply too satisfying. When Tang Tian delightedly opened up the floor, revealing a black hole, everyone was shocked. If it is not completed, we will die. Amari's expression froze and he stuttered. Crane and Ling Su looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They had long known that Tang Tian had a mechanical master behind him. If not, how would Ling Su have Flamingo? But they now understood the mechanical master behind Tang Tian was definitely not an ordinary one. Fundamental Tang, don't tell me this base is completely made of bronze. Liang Qiu could not help but ask. All sorts of star rocks were piled up. Tang Tian even saw a 10th level star rock, the light aura and dense energy, almost blinding Tang Tian's eyes. That was too strong. With them leading the way, Tang Yi and Hua Air's advancement was extremely smooth. No matter how stupid a person was, they could see the situation in front of them. If they were to stubbornly resist, they would definitely die. These 2 words immediately attracted everyone's attention. The first 3 big shots of Lupus Constellation, other than Kongda, the other 2's items, all landed in Tang Tian's hands. And the Heaven Road list martial artist and Bai, who was killed by Tang Tian, also landed in Tang Tian's hands. Adding the personal items of the 2 family 6 guards, one could imagine. Seeing everyone's expression, Tang Tian's previously unhappy mood immediately became refreshed and said proudly, "That's right. All of them are bronze. I spent 2 days to finish them. I'm so tired." The space below was surprisingly big, most likely a few acres. Pieces of foreign training equipment caused everyone to be dazzled. It was actually an underground base. Tang Yi and Hua Air picked the captives and set off. Wu Taiyu's elites all surrendered. These people were chosen by Tang Yi and Hua Air. They were all outstanding and were local martial artists and had good rapport with each other. And to them, the current situation of Lupus Constellation was already clear. Tang Tian's ascension to Lupus Constellation was already unstoppable. Ling Su's eyes lit up. Seems like the mysterious mechanical master was much more powerful than I thought. Then my flamingo will definitely become even more powerful. As for the question of what power Tang Tian had behind him, he completely did not care. And among them, there were 10 treasured weapons. Northern Sky Grade Silver treasured weapons price usually required more than 30 million star coins. And the normal Northern Sky Silver treasures were much cheaper, but still required 2 million star coins. But the Northern Sky Silver treasures collected by the Heaven Road list martial artists were all exquisite, valued at 5 million star coins each. Another big item was the spirit cards. And the money cards had about 1 billion star coins, and the ones with the most were Wu Taiyu and Huai Bai Hua. After all, the 2 of them were tyrants, and compared to the rest, their wealth was much richer. Even the Heaven Road list martial artists in a war, their lives were like grass, and ordinary martial artists were even more worthless. The miraculous efficiency brought about a shock immediately made Tang Tian feel that his suffering was not in vain. The matter of wrangling and delaying with the honorable martial alliance was handed over to Sima Xiangshan. This black-bellied and treacherous fellow, his acting skills were always outstanding. The spirit cards were arranged in a row, flickering indefinitely. Tang Tian and the rest were a bunch of country bumpkins. How could they have seen so much money? Similarly, the profits from the war were extremely shocking. Tang Tian's expression froze on his face. Asshole, every time I have a good time to show off, it will be ruined by this stupid cow. Even with Tang Tian's astonishing strength, moving and assembling all these bronze parts, he was also half dead from exhaustion. These 10 people were all Heaven Road list martial artists, a battle that resulted in the death of 10 Heaven Road list martial artists. It had not happened for many years. Heavenly Dragon Roar was a sword, and it was given to Han Bingning. This sword's entire body looked as though it was made of silver. Glimmering with silver light, the sword hilt was like a dragon's head, and matched with Han Bingning's cold temperament, it was even more threatening. Tang Tian originally wanted to give the safe and sound sword to Han Bingning, but for some reason, the safe and sound sword was extremely resistant. It was only in Tang Tian's hands it was obedient. The so-called death special training refers to the special training that if you do not complete it, you will die. Bing's poker face was indifferent. Cough. Tang Tian pretended to interrupt everyone and said in all seriousness, "The reason why we built this base is for the special training that we accepted." "Split the loot," Tang Tian blurted out. Ling Su and Crane were not the least bit interested in the star treasures. The others followed and jumped down, and when they landed, everyone was shocked. "Oh my God!" A Maori was dumbstruck, his 10 fingers that were as thick as iron rods. He could not count. So profitable! So much money! If we were in the Marshall Group, how many missions would we have to complete? Bronze? Crane lowered his head and carefully touched the ground, and was shocked. 2 days! Ling Su's flamingo was going to undergo another upgrade. With their current wealth, they could definitely use the best materials. Hearing that, the others immediately touched. All of them were completely shocked. There were even more northern sky grade silver treasures, as many as 64. If they were in the middle, the others would definitely scold Tang Tian for being crazy. A bronze underground base can be built in 2 days? Do you really think we are fools? Wah. Fundamental Tang. When did you learn how to make holes? It's so round. A Maori's eyes opened wide. He was extremely surprised. Out of the rewards, the most outstanding star treasure was undoubtedly Meng Wei's safe and sound sword, an Equatorial Palace Hall, grade, constellation treasure. This grade of treasure weapon could not be seen in the market. If it was sold, a few billion could be easily obtained. With a little hype, there would definitely be people willing to buy it for 10 billion. Crane did not have any desires. He swept a glance and picked a few spirit cards for training sword techniques. Chapter 320. The road of a martial artist is a dangerous and difficult road because it is formed from many unpredictable battles. Bing continued. From what I see, the most dangerous part is that it is filled with unpredictable dangers. You have talent, courage, and perseverance. But that does not mean that you will win the battles, but it will only increase the chances of you winning. Crane suddenly interrupted Bing. I do not want to activate the blood meridians in my body. Crane's eyes lit up and exclaimed, You know the ancient Eastern sword techniques training method? A martial artist's strength comes from specialization. A person's time and energy is limited. Specialization in one area, then one's achievements will be higher. Bing's tone suddenly changed. In theory, it is completely correct. But there is a prerequisite. You have to stay alive. That's right. You do not need to care too much. These blood meridians are only to improve the conditions of your bodies. You do not need to change your mental cultivation, change your martial techniques, and walk the path of Onyx Soul. Ling Su's eyes twitched, his eyes spewing fire, His spear pointed at the two of them and clenched his teeth. "Come, let us fight to our heart's content." Tang Tian muttered, "Deserter! Why not fight? This godlike young lad is not afraid of any battles." It disappeared again. Was it my imagination? Tang Tian searched for a long time, then sat down again and raised his head. "Uncle, you can continue." He took out a bunch of test tubes. "I am not a martial artist." Bing glanced at everyone. "What I seek is not to be strong, but to win. As to how to win, whether it is using schemes or strength, in my eyes, there is no difference. I am unable to teach you how to become a strong martial artist, but I can tell you winning is not necessarily related to being strong. Or should I say, the strong in my eyes and the strong in your understanding has an intrinsic difference." Crane was extremely excited. The Crane sex martial techniques originated from the ancient East, and were extremely different from the Heaven's Roads martial techniques. Han Bingning's main training is the water affinity sword technique, which mainly uses cold chi. I will give you the South Pole constellations, silver blood meridians. South Pole heart. It is a southern sky constellation, and is compatible with your attributes. The completion rate is 80%. Very soon, you will know what will happen if you offend Master Bing. Bing released a strong aura, suppressing everyone. Bing nodded his head. "Yes, I had a comrade in arms who trained in ancient Eastern sword techniques, although it is different from yours. But I think there must be something we can learn from." His poker face was expressionless, and his gaze was deep. "Foolish humans. Crane, as long as you activate the blood meridians in your body." Amari's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "Lively martial men are like this too." The poker face remained calm and indifferent. Sima Xiangshan smirked. "Hee, smart people are smart in their own way, but idiots are always the same. Amari is a strength type, and you cultivate the wild earth blade. Your body is very strong. Among these people, other than Tang Tian, you are the most suitable to activate your bloodline. What I've prepared for you is an ancient bloodline. It's also the bloodline with the highest grade among them. The ancient bear clan bloodline was only 50% complete. The ancient bear race split into Ursa Minor constellation and Ursa Major constellation, which was the current Ursa Major constellation and Ursa Minor constellation. 50% complete. To you, you should be able to absorb it. And the bear clan bloodline is also of the earth element. Bing almost cried tears of joy. Finally, there was a normal person in this group of assholes. Ling Su snorted. "Stab him to death. Bloodline." Other than Tang Tian, everyone was stunned. Everyone was attracted by Bing's words. "This is too extreme." Liang Qiu frowned and said in a deep voice. Liang Qiu was like coaxing a kid. "Although it's a little too much nonsense. Everyone, please bear with it. Bear with it." Towards the three idiots, Bing's tone became sluggish. His face turned black. "Then the three of you should go and kill your way to the honorable martial alliance." "Well done." Crane looked straight ahead with an expression of, "I've already predicted it." He was filled with sorrow. This is the torture of life. Oh yeah. In this world, there were too many tragedies happening every day. Master Bing is so compassionate, but he will not let you go. And in these 40 years, you will meet with countless dangers and difficulties. You need resources, star rocks, spirit cards, etc. Similarly, other martial artists need them too. So, you will have a conflict of interest. Those who can obtain resources are few and far between, and the competition will be intense. I believe that all of you have experienced this point. This is a war. If everyone is good, it will be a joke. All right, even if you live in seclusion in the deep mountains and forests and train bitterly for 20 years, you still need to fight. This is also filled with danger. You cannot predict what kind of martial artist you will be fighting against. One sword to break 10,000 techniques is the dream of every swordsman. It is beautiful, But before you can achieve it, you have to at least live until that day. The experienced Liang Qiu could only stand out. Hey, don't mess around. He is not done yet. Of course, a martial artist's war and an army's war are different. A martial artist's war has more leeway. You can choose to fight or not. But an army's war does not have such leeway, because the choice is not in your hands. From what I see, a martial artist should have two abilities. One is to be able to resolve the majority of battles. The other is to be able to escape when encountering danger. This is my first lesson for all of you. Only by living can it be possible. I have seen the youngest Saint Domain is 28 years old. That means you need at least 28 years of life to be able to achieve this goal. And the majority of the Saint Domains are usually 40 years old. That also means you need 40 years of life to have a higher possibility. Special death training is aimed at these 2 points. But before that, I need to build a better foundation for all of you. The first method we will use is to absorb blood meridians. The rest did not utter a word. They all knew that Bing was right. To them, the Honorable Martial Alliance was too huge. Any person in charge of the Northern Sky's 19 continents could mobilize power that was enough to completely destroy them. Tang Tian was long impatient. He went forward. What about me? What about me? Sima Xiangshan, I have prepared Hydra's constellations, night snake blood for you. Silver rank, 80% completion. It can allow you to become more sensitive, especially in the dark. Your body will also become softer, allowing you to do even more unconventional movements. Blood meridians are not something that you can absorb whenever you want. The higher the grade of the blood meridians, the more outstanding the body. Your bodies are very ordinary and can only adapt to ordinary blood meridians. Ling Su, you have no way to use your blood meridians, so I have prepared another special training for you. I forgot to tell all of you, the number one way to stimulate your potential is death. But there is an even more terrifying existence, which is living a life worse than death. Everyone was enlightened and heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone was surprised. They did not expect that Crane's blood meridians would be so different. What made them even more surprised was that Crane actually refused to activate his own blood meridians. The calmness that came from experiencing the fires of war made Bing look like he possessed extraordinary strength. Even his voice seemed to carry the smell of gunpowder. You will know when the time comes. The three of them revealed an expression that said, "Are you an idiot?" Legends said that in the far east of Heaven's Road, there was an existence similar to Heaven's Road, and Master Crane, spiritual master, came from there. The Crane sect's martial techniques were unique, but because it was too unconventional, it caused the later generations to want to restore it, but could not find a reference. It was truly a tragedy. Everyone's expression became solemn. Bing's words were not wrong. All of them had experienced it before. Also, the angle that Bing described was fundamentally different from them. The two of them leapt up and high-fived in mid-air in celebration. The feeling of scheming against someone was truly too good. Bing was deep in thought, but did not ask much. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, then let's change it. Although I do not understand the ancient Eastern sect's martial techniques, but coincidentally, I know a few ancient Eastern sword techniques training methods." Han Binging was like an ice sculpture as he sat there without moving. Tang Tian suddenly stopped, looked around, and had a weird look. Why did I feel a dangerous aura just now? Tang Tian and Amari said at the same time, "Yes." The four of you need to absorb blood meridians, and the focus of your training is to completely absorb it and integrate it into your techniques. The cruel special training can increase your absorption speed. Liang Qiu, I gave you Centaur Constellations, Silver Blood Meridians, Centaur Blood. The completion rate is 80%. Centaur Constellations Blood Meridians, many people place emphasis on raising speed, but actually it has another advantage, and that is it is outstanding endurance. The martial techniques that you train in, often require tangled fighting and long endurance, will be of great help to you. Am I that stupid? Ling Su looked at Bing with disdain. Bing laughed. Bing turned his face. If you are unable to pass the special death training, you will also die in the hands of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Bing said coldly, with your current standards, after completing the special death training, you will only have a 30% chance of success. Your luck is not bad. The Honorable Martial Alliance's recent situation is not too good. They and the Lion King Ling's conflict is starting to become clear. No one will put their eyes on you little farts. If not, your situation will be terrible. Bing glanced at them and continued. Although these blood meridians are ordinary, but for you to improve it will be of great help. Normally, you will be overly reliant on true power. You will realize a good body will allow you to use true power better. All of you will groan and wail in my demonic claws. All of you will have tears streaming down your faces, crying and begging the great Master Bing to let all of you live. Bing's expression froze on his face. Bullshit. A little. Too much. A wave of killing intent rushed straight to his head. Bing's heart was ice cold. He looked down at these people who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Chapter 321. What was worse was that the water was mixed with countless of steel balls and tree trunks. They continuously struck Liang Qiu, and every strike was like a heavy hammer, causing Liang Qiu's body to tremble. Thinking about it, Bing's voice revealed a sense of seriousness. Why, such a powerful talent! Amari was flabbergasted. Ling Su looked at the gray mist-silver frost mounts in front of him. Suddenly a flame rose from his orange pupils. Since it was a demon in his heart, regardless of what it was, it would all be smashed to pieces. Both spears clashed again. Ling Su suppressed the fear in his heart, roared, did not retreat, but instead advanced, thrusting his spear forward. Ling Su, do you know what hindered your improvement? It's a demon in your heart. Your demon in your heart is too heavy. It is like a shadow always following you, and you are unable to get rid of it. I do not know much about the Aries Spear of Stars, but it is called the Spear of Faith. It should not waver. It should not be influenced by others. Regardless of how it originally looked like, you should find the pointed sea spear that belongs to you. Being said indifferently, the ancient bear race needs to use iron sand to temper their bodies from young, and only then can the power in their blood meridians be activated, flow into the skin, drill into the bones, and then become copper skin and iron bones. This process is extremely painful and requires repeated strikes on the body. Under the repeated strikes, the power in the ancient bear race's blood meridians will slowly dissipate and then be able to assimilate into your flesh. This is a long process. The ancient bear race usually starts from the age of 5 or 6 and needs 2 to 3 years to be able to forge a body of copper skin and iron bones. The copper skin and iron bones initially look like brass, but as the realm deepens, the skin color will become darker and start to turn red like copper. And at the completion realm, the skin color will disappear, and you'll be no different from a normal person. But at this time, even a 10th level martial technique will not be able to injure you. If you cannot endure this, you will become a pile of meat paste. Don't worry, it will be very uniform. Sima Xiangshan vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He was locked in an extremely dark space without any sound or light. Liang Qiu's hands and feet were locked with iron balls weighing more than 50 kilograms, and he was struggling desperately at the bottom of the water. The current was extremely rapid, and he felt like a dead branch in a torrent, unable to stabilize his body. Moreover, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Bing's words were definitely not a joke. Was this the inner demon? Amari's heart trembled when he heard this, but thinking that even a rank 10 martial technique could not injure him, he immediately shook his head. I'm not afraid. Sima Xiangshan gritted his teeth. When I come out, I will definitely file your bones and scatter your ashes. Bing activated the training room expressionlessly and all the mechanical arms started to move. That's just an ordinary pain. Bing did not bat an eyelid. The power in the blood meridians needs to be dispelled, then it can fuse into the flesh, so it needs to destroy the flesh and rebuild. Then the power of the blood meridians can perfectly fuse into it. Sima Xiangshan's face turned green. For the first time, death was so close to him, so close that it touched his nose. Without thinking, his body suddenly leaned back, and a cold aura brushed past his nose. This bronze ice room was originally used to refine the blood meridians. The core is the silver treasure of the South Pole constellation, polar freezer. The temperature inside will reach -70 degrees. This kind of environment can help you fuse with the South Pole heart. It will also be of great help to your sword techniques. But in such a harsh environment, to survive for a month, you need to maintain your true power without stopping. As long as there is a vacuum in the middle of your true power for more than 10 minutes, you will die because of the loss of your body temperature. If you are unable to activate the South Pole heart, you will definitely freeze to death because of the lack of true power. For a month, do not eat or drink and comprehend the true meaning of the extreme cold and survive. Amari was brought to a sealed training room, and he curiously looked around. There were countless of mechanical arms in the room, and all of these mechanical arms were connected to all sorts of strange things. There were hammers covered with sharp steel spikes, there were thick and heavy wooden hammers, and there was even a bed with a roller covered with gears. There were all sorts of strange things, and all of them were filled with a savage aura. Even Amari, who was such a ferocious person, felt weak in his heart. Silver Frost Mount? Then let me experience the so-called Silver Frost Mount's purest Aries, Spear of Stars. No wonder there are so many things. Amari was suddenly enlightened, and immediately said loudly, "Come on, come on! A lively martial man is forever fearless. So what if it hurts? Haha, a lively martial man is forever a valiant person who sees pain as pleasure." Her breathing gradually slowed down, and she quietly entered a meditative state. Ling Su retreated step by step. 50% of the ancient Bear clan blood meridians, other than being able to strengthen your body, the most important thing, is copper skin, iron bones. An astonishing power came from the opponent's spear tip, causing Ling Su to retreat a few steps before stabilizing himself. Flamingo was taken away to be upgraded. He did not have a mount and was actually at a disadvantage. Her true power flowed slowly in her body, maintaining her vitality, and Bing's words were still echoing in her ears. Pain? Amari laughed out loud. I don't believe it. How much pain can it be? I feel that everyone is not afraid of pain. In a short span of 2 minutes, Liang Qiu's body was covered with bruises. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his throat, and all the hairs on his body suddenly stood. The Silver Frost Mount immediately scattered the pointed sea spears, and Ling Su had nowhere to run. You need to survive in this water room for a month. You need to avoid these steel balls and tree trunks, and in the water, it will help you to understand Yin Yang Sanzhou. Of course, that is if you can survive. The speed of the water here is over 20 meters per second. Every 5 days, it will increase by 10 meters per second. If you are unable to activate the Centaur blood meridians and do not have a breakthrough in your martial techniques, then you can rest in the water forever. Oh, relax. Every 5 days, you will have half an hour to breathe, to buy time with the Honorable Martial Alliance. The spear tip pointed straight at the gray mist mount, Ling Su's killing intense sword, and he stepped out with his spear. Wow, so powerful. Amari's face was filled with surprise. You will be in even more pain. Normal training methods require 2 to 3 years to have a small success. We obviously do not have that much time. We only have a month. If you want to achieve a small success in a month, you need to completely destroy your body. The more your body is destroyed, the better the blood meridians will be able to fuse. All the wooden blocks, steel hammers, and grinding beds that you see are all prepared for you. They are controlled by mechanisms, and their power is extremely strong. Your body needs to be continuously smashed, then restored, then smashed again and restored again. You need more than 100 times. Then you will be able to train to copper skin iron bones. Even a rank 10 martial technique will find it hard to injure me. Amari drooled. His mind was filled with the scene of him relying on his copper skin iron bones, killing in all directions, and was immediately filled with longing. He then had a strange look. Such a good thing. Why are so few people able to train it? That's right, it is copper skin iron bones. This is the innate talent of the ancient bear clan. The skin and fur of the ancient bear clan originally has an astonishing defense and is hard to injure. And upon training in copper skin iron bones, the defense is even more astonishing. The lowest level of copper skin iron bones can block ordinary rank 6 martial techniques. In the past, this was the most basic thing in the ancient bear clan. Blood meridians with a completion rate of 50% can be trained. This asshole, it's so similar. Is this really a dream? Hercules Constellation's gold treasure. Hercules, devil nightmare. The cost is not small, and it will pull you into a dream. In this dream, all the demons in your heart will become real, and only by defeating them can you escape. Do not think that they are fake. If you die inside, you will become a lunatic. The most terrifying thing is you will forever be in a deep sleep in the dream, unable to walk out. This is even scarier than death. Han Bingning sat quietly in an ice room. Her eyebrows, hair, were all covered in a thick layer of frost. The clothes on her were frozen solid. Gradually, her face started to freeze, and in the blink of an eye, she became an ice sculpture. Because of pain, Bing said. Ling Su stood on a platform with an area of 3 mu. The platform was surrounded by mist. The mist was filled with ruthless killing intent, as though it could boil at any time. Amari's screams pierced through the sky. To activate Night Snake Blood, you need to get used to the darkness and understand the darkness. Only when you truly understand what darkness is can you activate Night Snake Blood. This void of darkness is Carina Constellation's treasure, ship's shadow. You need to maintain a high level of concentration at all times. Even I am unable to predict the attacks here. Similarly, this dark room is not under my control. It will only open again in a month. I wish you luck. I hope that when I open it next month, I will not drag out a corpse that is riddled with holes. Oh, if you die, please do not receive too many slashes. The corpse will be very ugly. The ancient bear tribe, there are very few people who understand them now. Bing was stunned for a moment, then he laughed at himself. But in the ancient times, they were a strong tribe. Hundreds of beasts were subdued. The lion and tiger tribes did not dare to fight with them. The ancient bear tribe is undoubtedly one of the overlords. They have a strong sense of territory and do not like to expand. Their close combat abilities are extremely strong. They have boundless strength. Their bodies are tall and sturdy, but they are not clumsy and are one of the most outstanding fighting tribes. He was actually serious. Copper skin and iron bones? Amari retracted his gaze, his face full of curiosity. That's right, it is an extremely practical talent, but currently not many people have comprehended it. Even in the Little Bear tribe and the Major Bear tribe, very few people have mastered it. Being said indifferently. Suddenly, the mist on his right started to rumble. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a knight, immediately wielding a spear. Roaring, it rushed towards him. The knight's attire and appearance was exactly the same as the silver frost mounts in his dreams. What made him even more shocked was that the spear technique it was using was actually the spear technique of the silver frost mounts in his dreams. Chapter 322. Drip some of your blood on it. Tang Tian could not help but laugh bitterly. At that time, he was still rejoicing in other people's misfortune. Yaya was going to suffer, but he did not expect that it would be his turn. Bing did not have the intention to stop and wait for him. As long as Tang Tian slowed down, Sky Tiger would become a small black. Crane was still thinking about the natural inspiration. He felt that he had benefited a lot from today, and upon hearing Bing's clear goal, he raised his head. What is a clear goal? Tang Tian's thoughts were interrupted. He raised his head and looked at Bing. Your talent is more outstanding than him. When he was your age, his strength was not even a tenth of yours. The inheritance he obtained was incomplete, while you have the complete inheritance. You have the absolute advantage in all aspects. But I am not sure you can be more outstanding than him. I have always felt that he is very special. I will tell you about his experiences. I hope that it will be able to inspire you. Bing said honestly to Crane. Tang Tian. He suppressed the sadness in his heart, mocking himself. After sleeping for 10,000 years, I still did not improve. When will I learn to be strong? Crane was moved. Tang Tian jumped in fright so fast. When did Sky Tiger's speed become so ferocious? He raised his head and was startled. The words that were at the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The oppressive sound came out from the depths of the ground. The dust that had been slumbering for who knows how long pervaded the air. Maybe before you died, you would not have thought that way. Bing did not care. I thought about his experiences. To put it simply, it is to obtain power from nature, to search for laws. He called this method natural inspiration. If there is time, I would suggest that you walk on his path and obtain power from nature. But we do not have time. We only have a month. So we need to find a clear goal. Bing took out Sky Tiger and entered it. Let's go. If the leader was here, he would definitely say things like, Aya, just let it be. Let nature take its course. I think little soldier Bing is pretty good, and the like to numb him. Then he would throw a bunch of chores to him, and the leader would start the game leisurely. Then those bastards would play cards until their faces were red with anger, and he would have to deliver food to them, help them take out the ashes, and be bossed around. I've been ready for a long time. Tang Tian rubbed his palms together eagerly. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Bing was filled with gratification as he waved goodbye. Don't worry. Even if you die there, your corpse will not rot. The past events surfaced in his mind, although Bing had told himself time and time again that it was a joke to be sad, and that he would be mocked by the crazy young man. But when he personally saw the ruins in front of him, his tears almost fell. That's right, Bing said. I feel that the wind is very suitable for sword techniques, so I prepared a wind tunnel for you. We will enter the cross door. Bing said, for a full 30 days, other than meditating to recover his true power, Tang Tian spent all his time running. But I am still here. Sky Tiger was like a ray of light rushing forward. When the two of them entered the cross door, Bing immediately walked towards the small path that was dug out. The straight path could not see the end. Tang Tian was startled and reacted. Yaya and the rest dug through? Tang Tian held onto his knees, gasping for breath. After a while, he calmed down the true power in his body. The 30 days of running was not a waste. His wind concealment steps had improved rapidly, and that was the only reward. If here there are still your heroic spirits guarding, please rest in peace. Crane said sincerely, Thank you. Bing bowed towards the ruins, seriously. He did not know if he could help him or not. Sprinting with all his might, Tang Tian could ensure that he did not get lost. The small path seemed to have no end. Tang Tian continuously sprinted for 3 days, but did not have the slightest feeling of an end. Please do not worry. The army has not dissipated. There is still me, although I am not as strong as you guys and not as capable as you guys, but I will definitely work hard to continue fighting and protect this place and protect the army. Oh, Tang Tian jumped up and down and jumped to Bing's side. Unity of man and heaven? Crane's black pupils that were like stars revealed a look of deep thought, and he carefully pondered. Crane, who was deep in thought, his originally quiet temperament, became even more tranquil. Naturally, it is all-encompassing and is a very general target. Since the time is short, we will narrow down the target and choose one of them, for example, wind. Bing explained. I do not understand much about swords. Bing looked at the quiet Crane in front of him. but I have heard from my comrade-in-arms that the core of the Eastern martial techniques is unity of man and heaven. Come here." Bing's voice was extremely serious. Suddenly it noticed Tang Tian, and its blank gaze awoke. It squealed happily and flew into Tang Tian's embrace. Just at that moment, the ground beneath their feet seemed to have an earthquake. The ground shook, and Tang Tian could not even stand properly. Bing passed a map to Crane. Such a polite and good child. Wind? Crane was deep in thought. Tang Tian immediately activated his true power, and his figure disappeared in the air. "Please leave it to me, everyone." Crane did not hesitate. He took the dry rations and bowed to Bing. "Thank you." The location marked on the map is the harshest place in the desert, called Sand Sound Valley. It is a valley formed by piles of sand. The valley leads underground. When the wind passes through the sand, it will produce buzzing sounds. The wind in the valley is like a knife. Oh, this is not an exaggeration. If you go there, you will understand. 1 month. After you have stayed long enough, you can come back. All right, I've prepared your rations. You can go now. Bing did not know when he came out from Sky Tiger. He quietly looked at the ruins in front of him. The tall and big Sky Tiger towered behind him. Just like how it was 10,000 years ago, the barracks back then was only left with broken walls and yellow soil. Tang Tian looked at Bing. He did not say a word. He could feel that Bing's body was emitting an aura. Tang Tian was very familiar with it. That was the smell of conviction, Uncle Bing. He definitely has some unfulfilled wishes. Drops of blood dripped onto the bronze well cover. As though they were dripping onto sand, they quickly seeped into the well cover and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the small path was filled with his afterimages. Crane raised his head, looked at Bing, his face filled with anticipation. It was the first time Tang Tian did not hesitate to use his true power to run. Even though his true power was much more robust than before, he still felt that it was too much. The future was still so unclear. The years had already destroyed everything. Wind concealment steps. Tang Tian did not feel anything. His heart was filled with anger. Bing, this asshole is truly crazy. Even though the time difference between the outside and inside was 30 days inside was already 6 days outside. He strolled. All the unfamiliar yet familiar things reflected in his vision, always causing him to stop for a moment. Bing, who had settled everything, came to the impatient Tang Tian. "Godlike young lad, are you ready?" Unknowingly, he had reached the end, and Bing stopped. He turned to face the ruins, raised his head, and looked at the place where the battle had happened. The sadness in his eyes slowly dissipated, and in his eyes, determination slowly congealed. Such a precious month, he actually wasted 6 days on the road. In the early days, the army was still weak, and this was once the front lines. In many places, he could still see the traces of the battle. It was as though an ancient monster had awoken from its 10,000-year slumber. Bing's face was solemn with a trace of piety. Tang Tian's wind concealment steps was already becoming more and more adept. Compared to before, his speed was many times stronger. It was as though he was traveling in the air. His figure suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly drilled out from the void over 30 m away. "Yes." Bing shook his head. "I don't know what this means, but I have seen how he trained his martial techniques." He then recalled what Bing said about the clay plateau. This rascal was not joking. Tang Tian had no choice but to place all his attention on the wind concealment steps, how to conserve true power, how to make the wind concealment steps more efficient, how to fly even further. Could it be that this rascal's death special training referred to death from exhaustion? According to the time, it should be about right. The number of mechanical beasts has already increased to 200, and the speed has increased by a lot. Bing exerted force with his feet, brushing away the dust, revealing a bronze manhole cover. On the manhole cover was written, 07 Army Encampment, closed in the season of the Crimson Rose. The battlefield is in chaos. Return to tranquility, only safety. Bing revealed a look of reminiscence. His talent was ordinary, and he started martial arts very late. He spent 3 years, eating the wind and drinking dew, walking through the mountains, with the star spirit beasts as companions. His current strength was only below average in the army. He spent another 3 years observing the flow of the water, the direction of the wind, the withering and flourishing of the trees. After 3 years, his strength had already leapt to the upper middle. He spent another 3 years venturing deep into the ocean, fighting with the storms, stepping into the snow region ice fields, and then into the 10,000-li desert. Deep into the magma of the Earth's core, we all thought he was dead. When he returned, his strength was already ranked in the top 10 of the army. Coincidentally, the war was approaching, so he did not go out again. The war lasted for a full 5 years. He killed countless people, and his achievements were glorious. When the situation calmed down, he retreated from the front lines to the rear. For a full 5 years, he spent every day basking in the sun, watching the moon rise, watching the vast starry sky. After 5 years, he became the third person in the army. Thinking about it now, it was really embarrassing. But why did I miss it so much? A ruin appeared in his vision. Tang Tian jumped in fright, but still obediently cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. He did not know that in this period of time, Sai Lei, in order to squeeze money out of Bing, had specially upgraded the Sky Tiger, which resulted in such a shocking result. The Sky Tiger's shotgun had been changed, and its power had increased greatly. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Yaya, who was sleeping in the corner, suddenly opened its eyes. It was not a mechanical beast. After such a long time, it was already exhausted. So upon connecting, it immediately fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, it was awoken by the movement underground. Its expression was blank as it turned its neck. Crane laughed and turned to leave. Chapter 3:23. What kind of place is the command center? Tang Tian recovered from the shock. Rumble, rumble. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly darkened. In front of him was a mound of soil. Suddenly something broke out of its cocoon. With an astonishing speed, it rose up with a rumbling sound. Countless of soil slid down from its sides, causing a cloud of dust to fill the sky. That's right, you inherited the army. Of course, I have not clarified it, but I think it should be related to your background. Bing walked and comforted Tang Tian. Don't think too much. There will be a day when things will be clarified. Star spirit beasts also have a sane domain? Tang Tian was shocked. His palms lit up with rays of light. Ka, ka, ka. Behind the door came the sound of a mechanism turning. The extremely heavy bronze door slowly opened. 30,000 people? Tang Tian muttered. His mind could not help but surface the scene of countless figures shuttling back and forth in the bronze forest, the scene of prosperity. Bing came to the most central table. Tang Tian listened with interest. The Southern Cross Army seemed to have many weird fellows. Suicide room? Tang Tian quivered. Hey, 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 I have never thought of suicide. This army was closed by us, so it was preserved better. The command area is the core area of the army, and will use the best materials and the best mechanical techniques. But the mechanical techniques at that time were not good enough, and could not be like the military equipment. Bronze buildings as tall as 50 m could be seen everywhere. Tang Tian had never seen such a majestic building before. Even if all the windows of the buildings were empty, even if there was dust everywhere, even if there were many patterns that had been eroded by time. Only I have the authority. Tang Tian did not understand. Rows of mechanisms and buttons appeared in front of the two of them. The number was so many that Tang Tian felt dizzy looking at it. Bing was seen to quickly move the buttons of the mechanisms, his mouth muttering. Bing snorted. You better pray that you never meet it. If not, with your strength, you will be squashed like an ant. Tang Tian listened quietly. In the middle of the flat bronze table, the Southern Cross was engraved, and Bing placed his palm inside the Southern Cross. The war was terrible at that time, and the quality of the fortifications here is quite good. Of course, it couldn't be compared to what happened later. Later on, our mechanical skills were unparalleled, and we were rich. For example, 3 spirit cities underground military equipment depot. They did not hesitate to pay a heavy price. The facilities here are a lot older, and the mechanical techniques are a lot more behind. But for us now, it's enough. The twisted bronze tracks crisscrossed in the air. Bronze remains could be seen everywhere. They were rusted, and some even had moss growing on them. Peanuts were so fun. Tang Tian was dumbstruck as he watched the bronze pagoda rise layer by layer. It rose from the ground like an incomparably huge bronze snake breaking out of the earth. The shadow cast by the bronze pagoda enveloped him. At this moment he felt so small. It must be spectacular. There used to be a shop on the 3rd floor. It was a relative of Ayun. When he opened the shop, we all laughed at him. He was an idiot. Do you know what kind of shop he owns? Fluffy dolls. A bunch of men's barracks selling fluffy dolls. And it was so expensive. If he wasn't crazy, then what was? Everyone thought that he would definitely not be able to sell anything. Who knew? His business was extremely good. Those with wives and daughters at home. Every time they send something home, they would definitely send one. No choice. Other than this doll shop, the rest of the army were all mechanical weapon shops and weapon shops. If they didn't send swords and blades, why not? If anyone's girlfriend came, they would definitely run there every day. If you don't have a temper, he would not give a discount, and in the end, every woman would definitely drag a huge pile back. Everyone scolded him, but in their hearts they didn't care. Usually they have nowhere to spend their money, and who knows, they might die on the battlefield. The ground had many mounds of mud, and if one were to look down from the sky, they would realize that the ground was like boiling water. In a short period of time, the ground had many big and small mounds of mud. Without waiting for him to react, Bing had already said, "Go! We're going to the suicide room." Bing did not feel anything. He was like an old woman talking endlessly. Tang Tian's heart was trembling along the way. Bing pressed something, and in the next moment the air started to flow, and immediately it was not so stuffy. Bing wanted to mock him, but he suddenly thought this brat's improvement was truly so fast that it was hard for people to refute. The dust was pushed up into the sky, and the dust pervaded the air. Around him, tall and strangely shaped bronze structures were like bamboo shoots after the rain, rumbling loudly, fighting to be the first to break out of the ground. He took out a 7th-level star rock and stuffed it somewhere, and Tang Tian's vision immediately lit up. Why not? Bing's face was weird. There are tens of thousands of different races, but when placed in Heaven's Road, they are just a handful of water in the ocean. What can they count as? There are hundreds of millions of races of star spirit beasts. It is impossible to count them all. And the number of star spirit beasts that are blessed by the heavens are countless, and they are the favored children of heaven and earth. Even those with ordinary talents, but their lifespans are extremely long, and some can even live up to 10,000 years. Think about it, no matter how stupid a martial artist is, after training for 10,000 years, his strength will definitely be terrifying. What are wild beasts? So powerful? Tang Tian could not resist but to ask, although Bing liked to exaggerate at times. But he had always belittled his enemies, and was actually so fearful of the wild beasts he was rather surprised. This cold and dilapidated bronze forest itself had the power to shake people's hearts. The road was not easy to walk on. All these bronze buildings broke out of the ground and brought out many wreckages. The road was full of potholes, and everywhere was broken copper and iron. Tang Tian and Bing had no choice but to fly forward. What made Tang Tian the most anxious was that there were a few heavily tilted bronze buildings. He was worried that they would collapse at any time. If all these gigantic buildings collapsed, no matter how strong their bodies were, they would only be a pile of meat paste. Suddenly, a light aura lit up from the bottom of his palm. The bronze table seemed to be alive, and quickly squirmed in all directions, causing Tang Tian to jump in fright. Bing's expression was filled with sorrow. He was in a daze and calmed himself down. "Let's go. We will go to the command area to see how many things can be used." 36 sentry posts. There are still 9 that can be used. Training area. Oh, the strength room cannot be used. The speed room can barely be used. Let me see, the suicide room can be used. That's great. Tang Tian did not think much of it. Don't look down on me. I improve very quickly. This was a bronze forest. The strongest star spirit beast is roughly equivalent to our saint domain. Being said without turning his head, there are very few now. Oh, maybe deep in Heaven's Road. Those unexplored places have them. In our era, they were the true overlords. The two of them were extremely fast, and suddenly Bing's eyes lit up. We're here! All right. Although this fellow likes peanuts and is slightly annoying, but his mechanical techniques are still rather reliable. Bing entered and touched the side of the door with extreme familiarity and said, "Oh, there are no more star rocks." Tang Tian was completely shocked. Bing's previous plan of 3 Spirits City's mechanical weapon training camp, in Tang Tian's eyes, was already extremely ambitious, and the scale was astonishing. But compared to the bronze forest in front of him, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Bing rushed to the front of the bronze door and said, "The one who designed this barracks was Peanut. Oh, his nickname is Peanut. I forgot his real name, the kind that would go crazy if he did not eat peanuts for a day. No matter what, he wanted to design the command area as a peanut. The officer of the army was so angry and sent him to the warehouse. In the end, from then on, the army supply of all sorts of peanuts were all eaten up by this asshole. After that, the higher-ups wanted to transfer him back to being a mechanical engineer, but he refused no matter what. It was truly unbearable. Peanut." Tang Tian's eyes lit up. The bronze structure in front of him was shaped like a flat, big peanut. The grains were plump, and even the potholes on the outside of the structure resembled it. Bing explained, "The army is split into many areas, for example, the sentry area, which is mainly at the periphery. Another example is the training area, which you will probably use the most in the future, and is used for the training of the soldiers. The command area is the core area of the entire army, and only you have the authority to open it. In our era, we fought every day. Oh, this saying is slightly exaggerated, but fighting every year is not wrong. Every 3 to 5 years, there would definitely be a big battle, and the small battles would be as many as the hairs on a cow, and we ourselves could not remember them all. In that era, the atmosphere was much more ferocious than now. There were also much more star spirit beasts than now, and the ancient star spirit beasts were very terrifying. If you were unlucky and met a desolate beast, the entire army would be annihilated in the blink of an eye. I'm really curious about those powerful star spirit beasts." Tang Tian's thoughts wandered. Yaya, who was in Tang Tian's embrace, opened his mouth wide, his face sluggish as he looked at the majestic bronze structures above his head. Bing was extremely excited. "It is very spectacular, right? 07 Army Barracks is a standard square, with a length and width of 10 kilometers. Bing's voice was filled with emotions. He raised his head to look at the tall bronze structures, his voice slightly erratic. "This pagoda used to be a lighthouse. It is 412 m tall, and is the tallest structure in the army. It is used to guide the direction of the mechanical weapons. The barracks is at a cliff, and if you are not careful, you will lose your life if you fall. When 07 Army Barracks was at its peak, there were 70,000 people stationed there. Oh, in that battle, this was the counterattack point, and the majority of the army strength was concentrated here to prepare for the counterattack. Usually there would be about 30,000 people. Bronze forest. That was a bronze pagoda. So tall. But in Tang Tian's eyes, every strange-looking bronze structure was a majestic cold bronze beast. They squatted there without saying a word, telling of their past glory. Every single bronze building here was majestic and majestic. What entered his vision were many bronze tables and chairs. Other than that, there was nothing else. What surprised Tang Tian the most was, other than the air being a little chaotic, it was actually maintained in a rather complete state. Other than some rust stains, most of it was maintained perfectly. "Come over, place your palm on it," Bing said. but just the astonishing size was enough to make Tang Tian feel reverence. Bing shook his head. Talking to this fellow is the most annoying. From far away, the smell of peanuts will rush into your nose. Oh, Tang Tian complied and placed his palm on a flat board beside the bronze door. Chapter 324. Yi Jiu's face turned green. Although Hou Tian was over 40 years old, but she looked like she was 20 years old. She was dressed solemnly and had a beautiful appearance. What left the deepest impression was her tall and slender phoenix eyes. Her red painted nails gently lifted the teacup and slowly took a sip. Elders was stood up in satisfaction. Very good. I have something to do. I will leave first. So it was like that. Tang Tian was enlightened, he thought for a while. I remember when the cross door was just opened, I met a gray man that looked exactly like me. My first killing technique was enlightened from it. Just at this time, a subordinate came to report with an ugly face. They raised the price again. Honorable Martial Alliance. Xiao Duo respectfully reported. Elders was said, do as she says. The majestic sacred mountain, the entire peak was leveled, and the meteor shower stage was built on top. There were 9,999 steps made of polished white jade. As one ascended the steps, the view before them suddenly widened. The sacred mountain was extremely high, and the surroundings were covered in pure white snow, but the meteor shower stage was like spring all year round, with flowers blooming. Only he is worthy to be his enemy. Those were his words. Bing's mouth twitched. Crazy people are different from ordinary people. Don't learn from him. Jing Hao was not able to enter the top 10. Bing's expression was solemn. Yi Zhaoge is ranked 6th out of the 10. You can imagine how strong he is. If you miss this battle, Ling Su will die, Crane will die, Amari will die, Han Bingning will die, Liang Qiu will die, Sima Xiangshan will die, Huma Er will die, the entire Lupus tribe will be flattened, no one will survive. Everyone will die. No one can stop Yi Zhaoge. Once the Honorable Martial Alliance sends out Yi Zhaoge, it will be their attitude. Yi Zhaoge is cold and emotionless. He is the coldest sword in the Honorable Martial Alliance. What do the higher-ups mean? Yi Jiu asked carefully. To be able to reach this step is already very inspiring. I'm so lucky to be able to meet everyone. It was such a blessing to be able to fight alongside everyone. Even if I were to restart my life, I would feel that it was a great pity if I couldn't meet her again. I was reckless and stupid, but everyone was still helping me. Everyone was fighting for me. How could I give up at this time? Their affection for me is worth more than my own life. I don't know much, but I know that I may die in battle, but I will die with my head held high. Running away at this time will only make me live in regret and guilt for the rest of my life. How terrifying! The subordinate was stunned for a moment, but seeing Elder Ye's ashen face, he hurriedly agreed. The falling star platform was located at the highest peak of the Sagittarius constellation, the Saint Mountain. Yes, this is the only way I can think of. Bing nodded. But if you die, I will also dissipate. In fact, from a strategic point of view, you should retreat at this time. Hou Tian nodded. When one's realm increases, one's mental state will naturally be different. The Crane sect's martial techniques originate from the East, and still have some advantages. But Yi Jiu said anxiously. Xiao Duo, who had always been worried for Crane, heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately replied, Yes, Elder Yu. Xiao Duo hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, They might not be willing. No buts. Elders was squinted his eyes. I don't care how you take care of them after this, but for this matter, you must do it beautifully. I believe you know what is important. Agree to them. Yi Jiu squeezed the words out of his mouth. The meteor shower platform had an area of roughly 600 square kilometers and was filled with precious flowers and plants from various planets in Heaven's Road, as though it was a gigantic garden. Xiao Duo was slightly worried. Do we need to send people to protect young Master Crane? The one in charge this time is Yi Jiao, and his son is Yi Zhaoge. Many people have died here. Bing did not hide anything. To enter the suicide room, you need to report to the army. Many talented people have died inside. You have to think clearly once you enter. It will not be easy to come out. Bing, who was outside the door, was startled. A majestic back view appeared in front of him. It really looks like it. Tang Tian's expression slowly became solemn. Is Yi Zhaoge really that strong? As long as you are willing to hand it over. Elders heaved a sigh of relief. Keep an eye on this matter. Do not make any mistakes. No matter what the conditions are, agree to them. What is there to fear? What is there to fear? At least we still have a chance to fight. At least I am defending my beliefs. That is enough. Elders interrupted him. No, but the friction between us and Leo constellation is continuously increasing. If there is another Sagittarius constellation, we will definitely lose. At this critical juncture, do not create any more problems. What does Tang Tian think? He is stronger than you think. Bing said. Ho Yi Tian placed his teacup down and said indifferently, Tell him, other than Yi Zhaoge, no one else from the Honorable Martial Alliance is allowed to step into Lupus constellation. Ho Yi Tian waved his hand and said coldly, Let that brat suffer a bit. If he does not suffer, he will think that his crane sex things are invincible. My sister was dragged down by a stupid man and is so stubborn to give birth to a son. Humph! That sounds interesting. Tang Tian was eager to try. This servant feels that young Master Crane has changed a lot, as though he has become more gentle. He even greeted this servant, and his attitude was very amiable. He asked the servant where Wu Taiyu was, and for some reason, when young Master Crane's eyes swept past, this servant did not dare to have any rebellious thoughts. Amidst the flowers, a palace could be faintly seen. He pushed open the door and walked in without looking back. This was probably because the current empress was a female. Out of the 12 palaces, Sagittarius Constellation's palace was especially beautiful, with intricate carvings that could be seen everywhere. It was extremely beautiful. The current empress Ho Yi Tian, although she had a tyrannical name, but as a female she was very picky about aesthetics, so she personally presided over the construction of the palace. Ho Yi Tian was very clear of Xiao Duo's thoughts and was not angry. Relax, although they are the strongest, but they are in a mess with that crazy lion. If they offend me again, I do not mind exterminating them together with the crazy lion. But I feel that what he said is very reasonable. Tang Tian said with a matter-of-fact face. With that, he did not care about Yi Jiao and swaggered off. This world is cruel and merciless. There are many people who lose their lives every day. I do not care about others, but the reason why Tang Tian is because I am such a person. But Yi Jiao felt extremely sullen. The creator of the suicide room. Oh, it's Master Commander. There was a period of time where he was restricted by a bottleneck, and he spent his entire day thinking about how to break through the bottleneck. Thus he created the suicide room. Commander is an arrogant and conceited lunatic. He racked his brains and finally understood. His biggest enemy is himself. Yi Jiao's face congealed. He held real power in the Honorable Martial Alliance because he was Yi Zhaoji's father. Everyone felt that his future was bright. But the left clan elder in front of him, he did not dare to be disrespectful. Tang Tian raised his head. His eyes were like a ball of fire, emitting light and heat. Seeing that the palace master's face was as cold as ice, it was obvious that he was angry. Xiao Duo immediately kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to speak any more. Tang Tian said unhappily, Hey, uncle, you were the one who brought me here. Tang Tian lowered his head and looked at his own palms and muttered to himself. I knew it. Bing muttered softly. He shook his head and said, So he created the suicide room. The so-called suicide room, it can perfectly project you as your enemy, and you have to kill him to be able to walk out. Kill yourself. so Commander called it the suicide room. But Yi Zhaoge, Yi Jiu was in a bad mood. They said they are willing to pay, but the price is very high. The fearless Tang Tian's heart was beating like a drum. Bing looked at Tang Tian and was silent. After a while he spoke. In a month's time, we need to spend 12 days to travel back and forth. That also means you only have 18 days. If in 18 days you are unable to defeat yourself, then you will miss this battle. Bell had already heard that the person in charge of the Honorable Martial Alliance was Yi Zhaoji's son. The 10 most famous youths in the Honorable Martial Alliance were known as the 10 Gentlemen. These 10 people's strengths were unfathomable and were the true geniuses nurtured by the Honorable Martial Alliance. What do you think of Jing Hao's strength? That's right, but that is too simple. Bing nodded his head, his expression solemn. The suicide room is far more complete than that. Your projection will be exactly the same as you. He will have all of your wisdom, including your willpower, your tenacity, your comprehension. The only possibility for you to kill him is that in these few days you have improved even more than him. Yi Jiu endured the grievance in his heart and squeezed out a word from his teeth. Yes. The sound of the teacup shattering came out from behind him. He quivered and increased his speed by a few notches. Bang! Retreat? Tang Tian was relatively calm. He looked at Bing. Retreat to where? Wuan Star. Give up everyone, like a stray dog, and wander around the stars to escape? Or hand over the sword? What's the point of living like that? Although his tone was indifferent, Xiao Duo could hear the joy in his voice, and she was happy. Although she did not know what happened in the past, but after so many years, young Master Crane's relationship with them had always been stiff. Now that young Master Crane seemed to have thought it through, that was great. Suicide room. Just this name caused Tang Tian's hair to stand. In his mind, a pitch-black and gloomy room, with ropes hanging from it, a rusty table with all sorts of sharp weapons, all of them stained with fresh blood. Big Brother Jing Hao is very strong. Tang Tian said without hesitation. His current strength was getting deeper and deeper, and he understood how strong Big Brother Jing Hao was. Tang Tian raised his head and looked at the bronze door in front of him. There were no patterns on the door, only a row of shocking words written in blood. Kill him. No need. Ho Etian did not even raise his eyelids. A person who possesses the Saint Sword Ocean prison is not that simple. But the Honorable Martial Alliance needs to give him a warning. Humph, to dare be so arrogant after offending that lion. Who is the person in charge of the Honorable Martial Alliance here? Chapter 325. Perspiration flowed down Tang Tian's cheeks. His breathing was as heavy as a bull's. He finally understood how painful it was to fight with himself. What he had, what he knew, the opponent had it all. Even in the past few days he had improved, but the opponent was also improving. Bing thought about it. He did not know if his decision was right or wrong. Thinking about how if Tang Tian died in the suicide room, he would also dissipate, this could be considered as betting on himself. Bing laughed at himself. He threw this thought to the side. He felt that he was not wrong. Tang Tian's potential was much bigger than what he thought. Sima Xiangshan extended his hand to touch the blood stains. The fingers that were stained with blood, his tongue lightly licked. This made his face look demonic and sinister. Suddenly, a thread of undetectable undulation was produced at the back of his neck. To argue with the Honorable Martial Group today, life is really a tragedy. Ha ha! Jing Hao laughed. The gloomy feelings between his brows were swept away. He was heroic. Junior sister, don't worry. Your senior brother is no longer the Jing Hao of the past. He had imagined that he would fall into a bitter battle, but he did not expect that the battle would actually be so difficult. In the darkness, Sima Xiangshan's entire body was covered with cuts and bruises. Fresh blood dyed his clothes. But he did not care, his eyes vigilantly feeling for the slightest movement around him. After a while, he struggled to climb out from the torrent. The cost of this death special training was rather shocking. The star treasures used were all bought at a high price. The intense and concentrated sounds of sparks exploding could be heard. The two silhouettes separated upon contact, and once again fiercely collided. Amari did not make a sound. His face was contorted in pain, but he forcefully endured it. But in the end he could not endure it, groaned and fainted. All sorts of wooden blocks, iron hammers, grinding beds continued to destroy his body. What made Tang Tian even more afraid was that the opposite Tang Tian was also desperately trying to activate the red eye. How can I win? Ling Su was slightly shaken. Bang, bang, bang. Xian Mingqi was a little worried. Senior brother, you have to be careful. 6 hours later, Amari slowly woke up. His body was intact. Jing Hao looked at his junior sister's slender shoulders, her face full of sincerity and concern. He was a little dazed. How troublesome. Tang Tian stopped thinking and clenched his teeth. He had to muster 120% of his spirit and use all his strength in order to resist the fierce attacks of Tang Tian. What to do? Another type of battle. Bing said calmly, "You can swallow martial spirits, and you will become a spirit military leader like Tang Yi. But you will inherit some of your own characteristics, such as your knife skills, if your will is strong enough." Of course, there was also the possibility of failure. In that case, there would be nothing left. You can think about it. Senior brother, why are you apologizing? Xian Mengqi smiled and said, "There are always so many helpless things. Senior brother, doing what you want to do is the most important. I believe in senior brother. To be able to gain senior brother's favor, I'm afraid his character is also very strong. Senior brother, are you being prepared?" That was Amari's last thought before he fainted again. I know. Jing Hao did not even raise his head. Inside the suicide room was a boundless empty space. He brought the majority of the blueprints of the 07 Army barracks. He wanted to let Sai Lei see which ones could be repaired. He did not want to wait for the results. With the 07 Army barracks, he could do many more things. He was a military leader who survived the chaotic war. This difficulty was not enough to shake him. Bang! Is this the real pointed C spears? Could it be that the pointed C spears that teacher taught me was wrong? Both parties were extremely familiar with each other. Bing did not try to persuade him anymore. He nodded. All right, wait for me to come back. I'll prepare for your matters. Xian Mingqi chuckled. Senior brother, when you lie, your tone will be very unnatural. She then said gently, no matter what senior brother does, Mingqi will support you. In Mingqi's heart, senior brother is the most upright person in the world. Senior brother, Xian Mingqi called out softly. She advised, don't blame Master. Yi Jiu and Master had enmity in the past. Now that his position is higher than Master's, he purposely pressured Master, and Master could not do anything about it. Master is also regretting it now. Is senior brother planning to go to Lupus Constellation? Xian Mingqi asked. When his silhouette disappeared, the frozen young girl suddenly burst into tears. He gently hugged her and released her. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, he laughed. I'm leaving. When everything quietened down, Amari had already lost consciousness. His badly mutilated body started to glow with a yellow light aura. His flesh and blood started to grow strangely. Senior brother, you can do it. Xian Mingqi raised her fist. Her face had an encouraging smile. If senior brother meets with trouble one day, don't forget about your little traitor. I am senior brother's little traitor. His personality was the same as Tang Tian's. Tenacious and unyielding. Tireless. He liked to take the initiative to attack. He liked to fight with his life on the line. It is not that easy to take my life. Tang Tian felt gloomy. He tried to activate his red eye, but it seemed to have no effect. No matter how hard he tried, it was never like the last time. Both parties were constantly finding the other party's weak points. They were constantly reducing their own weak points. Personally experiencing it was a completely different feeling. The young lady in his embrace was stiff. The fragrance and warmth of the young lady made Jing Hao feel an indescribable sadness in his heart. Junior sister also knew that it would be many years before they parted. Once he fought with Yi Zhaoge, who would undoubtedly fall out with the honorable martial group. Sima Xiangshan's eyes were as cold as a snake's. Sigh. Jing Hao shook his head. I understand, Brother Tang. He will definitely not hand over the safe and sound saber. The other 4 are on good terms with him. I am afraid they will also fall out with the honorable martial group. Fighting with Yi Zhaoge is unavoidable. This matter, master is in the wrong. He is my master, so I naturally cannot blame him. But since it is master's fault as his disciple, I cannot shirk the responsibility. Feng Cho subconsciously replied, Of course I do. A hair-thin bloodstain appeared on his face, and a drop of blood gushed out from it. Bing returned to the recruit barracks. Once he was activated, he would be in danger. Without waiting for him to think, the opponent brazenly pounced over. He glanced at Feng Cho, who was floating in the air. After thinking for a while, he stopped in his tracks. Feng Cho, do you still want to fight? Jing Hao was touched. He raised his head and looked at the graceful and gentle junior sister. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. The words that were about to come out of his mouth became, Junior sister, I am sorry. Junior sister, take care. Ling Su's pointed sea spear, in front of the opponent's torrential spear aura, was completely unable to be displayed. He resolutely walked away. Jing Hao packed his luggage. Jing Hao packed and said, I will go persuade Tang Tian to hand over the safe and sound saber. After a bitter smile, he struggled to get up and started to meditate. All right. Feng Cho replied, No need to think about it. Feng Cho shook his head. Only battles are meaningful to me. Liang Qiu, who was in the torrent, both of his hands were dragging the steel balls, but he was unbelievably nimble, like hugging or entangling, like slapping or flicking. The steel balls that came along with the flow were all struck away by him. His face gradually became serious. The speed of the water flow continued to increase, and the pressure on him was obviously increasing. Xian Mengqi was stunned. Her entire body was stiff and did not listen to her. The scene that she had imagined so many times actually appeared, but her mind was blank. On the 5th day, both parties finally stopped. Without Tang Tian in the recruit barracks, it was somewhat cold. That brat, I wonder how he is. Damn it, could it be? Xian Mengqi's eyes lit up, unable to conceal her joy. The exact same fire scythe, Ghost Claw, the exact same flames, like 2 fire dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, fiercely clashed together. Without thinking, Sima Xiangshan's body bent strangely. His upper body was like a twisting spring, dodging to the side. It was a tragedy worse than death. Ling Su retreated step by step, the silver frost mount martial artist in front of him. His spear power was extremely heavy, each spear faster than the last. All of them were spear techniques that appeared in his dreams. It was obviously familiar, it was obviously just a slight difference, but why was the power so astonishing? He suddenly took a step forward, opened his arms, and hugged his junior sister. A fish that slipped through the net struck his left shoulder, causing his left arm to become numb. Groaning, his defense immediately crumbled. Yes, I finally mastered it. Jing Hao was filled with emotions. Yi Zhaoge can be my first opponent. I am looking forward to it. His and the projection's power were completely exhausted. For 5 days and 5 nights, both parties did not stop to rest. Both parties used everything they had to fight. When their true power was used up, they would use brute force. No one was willing to retreat half a step. In the end, they were like street thugs fighting. In the future, I must definitely pull Fundamental Tang over to enjoy this once. You better seriously consider it. Being advised, it was obviously just a slight difference, but for the first time, it made him feel like he did not know where to start. He was like a pile of mud lying at the side of the water, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, his entire body covered in bruises. Without any strength, he laughed bitterly in his heart. I really want to sleep like this. Tang Tian gasped for breath, trying his best to think of a way. In the 3 days of fighting, Tang Tian did not gain any advantage. I will definitely not give up. Flesh and blood splattered. The pain seeped into his bones. Amari groaned. His face turning white, he forcefully blocked it. He calmly raised his own methods. The sound of the wood colliding with the wind sounded out again. His face changed. A new round was about to begin. In the ice room, it was like an extreme place, extremely cold. Han Bingning, who was sitting cross-legged, was already covered with frost. Like an ice sculpture, her heartbeat was extremely slow, as though it was not there. Tang Tian gasped for breath. In front of him, the person who looked exactly like him was also gasping for breath. Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw had much fewer flaws than before. The opposite Tang Tian also had the king peacock eyes. Any small flaws would immediately be found. No need to consider. Feng Chou shook his head and said resolutely, I am willing. As long as I can fight, I have no other extravagant requests. He suddenly reacted, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and asked in disbelief, You can let me continue to fight? Chapter 326. Bing did not reply directly, and only said, You will know when you see it. I will go and find the Mo family patriarch. Mo Wei Tian said indifferently, The world is in chaos. The Mo family at least need some methods to protect themselves. Although Tang Tian and the rest were very strong, an army and a saint sword, but at Yi Jiu's level it was just that. The martial artists of Lupus constellation could not understand how strong the martial artists of the stronger constellations were. As for the army, in Yi Jiu's eyes it was a joke. Could it be that Tang Tian and the rest were really planning to betray the honorable martial alliance? Mo family patriarch. I do not dare to teach, but I do have some ideas. Bing said something shocking. The Mo family does not have military leaders, but we do. If you are really that stupid, then I will let you experience the power of a real army. Although it was painful to spend 600 million, but you get what you pay for. His expression did not change and laughed. Master Bing, long time no see. I wonder if young Master Tang is here? Yes, I am fully in charge. Bing replied straightforwardly. Master Bing really said that? Mo Wei Tian was startled, but was ecstatic. There is some progress, Bing said ambiguously. Is it blind cord, old man? Mo Wei Tian was shocked. Out of Mo Wei Tian's expectations, Bing replied straightforwardly, No. I do not have any thoughts of leading an army at the moment. Tang, you will lead the Lupus army. Bing did not tell Sai Lei about the special death training. If Sai Lei knew that he had allowed Tang Tian to enter the special death training, he would definitely not hesitate to pick up the bronze hammer by his feet and smash him into a meat patty. Mo Wei Tian was both happy and shocked. He was happy that the Mo family finally had their own strong martial artist. He was shocked that Tang Tian still had a hidden strength. He thought about Ziyu and Wu Wei's words the night before. The negotiations with Tang Tian are not progressing smoothly. We need to make preparations for something else. Yi Jiu said, Unless Master Bing intends to personally lead the army? Or Tang Yi? Mo Wei Tian asked curiously. But what if Tang Tian really did not intend to hand it over? He subconsciously denied this possibility. Betraying the Honorable Martial Alliance meant that he would be hunted down by the Honorable Martial Alliance. Tang Tian was not that stupid. He was willing to throw away his life for a sword. He is in closed-door training. Bing's voice came out from Sky Tiger. Yi Zhaoji's voice was low and hoarse, but it had a terrifying might to it. He casually sat cross-legged, a broken sword full of scars placed beside his legs. He looked relaxed, but he was like a crouching tiger, ready to pounce at any moment. He had gone to Sai Lei's laboratory to take a look at Sai Lei's newly designed mechanical spirit weapons. The performance of those few mechanical spirit weapons were much weaker than the Fireblade and Fearless Ice, but the price-to-performance ratio was much higher than the ink snow that he had sold. He knew that Lei had prepared this for the Mo family. Mo Wei Tian was old and experienced. Naturally, he could hear the hidden meaning in Bing's words and said, "Master Bing, please enlighten me." "I'm going to Lupus Constellation." Lei heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." "Oh, right. Mo Wei Tian has been waiting for you for a few days." Although Bing's words were vague, but Mo Wei Tian was completely stunned in place. Countless powerhouses had star coins, but were unable to form an army. Fatty Li was like that, so was the Mo family. Yi Ju sneered. Yi Ju looked at his proud son in front of him. The sharp aura that was rushing towards him was like a sharp sword to his eyebrows. Jing Hao trained to a unique level. Yi Jiu's face changed. He was on guard. He was being held back by Tang Tian and the rest, and he did not even know that Jing Hao had trained to a unique level. He was vexed. If I had known, I would have gotten rid of Jing Hao that year. That is truly raising a tiger to cause trouble. Only Zhao Ge was allowed to enter Lupus Constellation. Yi Jiu thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Since the Honorable Martial Alliance could not enter Lupus Constellation, then he would find someone else. He could no longer guess what level Lei's mechanical techniques had reached. Bing was surprised. "I thought he would only come after the battle." "What is this?" Lei took the blueprint in a flurry and asked curiously. Mo Wei Tian had been standing outside every day, watching the mechanical martial artist training. Most of the time his gaze was on Mo Ziyu and Mo Wu Wei. He could not help but nod his head, although his own strength was average. But after all he had fought with mechanical weapons for so many years, he could see that the two of them had improved greatly. It could be said that they had been reborn. "I'll go see him." Bing threw the blueprint to Lei. "Help me take a look and see what can be fixed." Yi Jiu finally realized he needed to make other preparations. 3 Spirits City's base was already more or less completed. Although Tang Tian had dismantled many parts, but to Lei, who had ample funds, as long as he had money, everything else was not a problem. "Maybe he is more optimistic about you guys." Lei did not care. He could not help but relax and laughed. "Could it be that you are worried about Jing Hao?" "Jing Hao and his kind, aren't they never in your eyes?" It was hard to find a good general. That was not an exaggeration at all. Regardless of whether it was the Southern Sky's 42 constellations or the Northern Sky's 19 continents, military generals were all rare talents. Bing did not answer, but asked, "Is Patriarch Mo thinking of building an army?" Ziyu and Wu Wei trained a lot during the day and did not have any time at all, and the master instructor was always strict. The two of them did not dare to be distracted during training, but at night they could do whatever they wanted. Mo Wei Tian and the two of them conversed and learned a lot of information. For example, the young and weak youths had improved so quickly that even the two of them felt pressured. All of these youths had outstanding talent in mechanical spirit weapons, and the master instructor had poured a lot of effort into them. And with the addition of the Blood Meridian specialist, the strength of the youths could be said to be improving by the day. Jing Hao went to Lupus Constellation. After a long time of wrangling, Yi Jiu finally lost confidence and felt that Tang Tian and the rest did not have any sincerity. This caused him to be filled with worry. The reason why he had moved was to go against Jing Hao's master's branch. He was well aware of the importance of fighting between factions and never think of defeating the opponent in one strike, but to grab hold of every opportunity and slowly weaken the opponent's strength. Yes, Pai Pa laughed. The two of them fought with Senior Blind Cord, and it was a draw. He stood up and left after saying that. Tang Tian's ambition was not small. "I have never looked down on Jing Hao." Yi Zhaoge did not avoid his father's gaze and spoke with a low and hoarse voice. "He is naturally unswerving, upright, and principled. That is the heart of a strong martial artist. Only a martial artist with the heart of a strong martial artist can become a strong martial artist, and I have always been waiting for him. Now that he has mastered a unique technique, he can fight with me, and I am looking forward to it. Yi Jiao did not have time to stop him, and Yi Zhaoji's figure had already disappeared. Yi Jiao's face congealed. He suddenly realized the situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous to him. Mo Wei Tian heard and went straight to the point. I wonder what Master Bing thinks about the Mo family disciples entering the training camp. And in Tang Tian's hands, there was actually a third military general. Mo Wei Tian was startled, his gaze suddenly exploding. Don't tell me you have a third military general? Cetus Constellation's pressure was just an excuse for him to intervene, and he did not even put Cetus Constellation in his eyes. Every time Mo Wei Tian thought about it, he would have such a sigh, such a gigantic bronze base. When he first saw it, he was completely stunned. With such a large investment, how could the goal be small? Not bad. Bing appeared very calm. Through the Mo family, she had hired a group of powerful but unknown mechanical engineers. The current 3-spirit city in the mechanical circle had a bit of fame. Everything in 3-spirit city was flourishing and full of life, orderly. Yi Zhaoge did not comment on his father's words. Mo Wei Tian turned his body, and what entered his vision was a blue mechanical spirit weapon. He acutely noticed Sky Tiger had a few places that had obviously been modified. Seeing Bing, Sai Lei put down the work in his hands. For Bing to come at this time, it must be something important. How's the situation? In front of him, Yi Zhaoji's appearance was not outstanding. His hair was messy, like a bunch of steel wires tangled together. His beard was thick, his gaze as sharp as a sword. The corners of his face were extremely distinct, giving off a feeling of sharpness. That's right. Pai Pa nodded. Patriarch Mo is right. Bing's tone was in agreement, but his tone changed. But does the Mo family have a military general? Without a military general, there is no way to talk about an army. But Sagittarius Empress warning made him feel uneasy and did not dare to belittle it. Based on this speed, as long as Tang Tian had time, everything here would become a terrifying force. Mo Wei Tian nodded his head in understanding. Once the Ocean Prison's sacred sword is out, the world will be shocked. Young Master Tang is currently in closed-door cultivation. His determination is definitely not something ordinary people like us can compare to. Before coming down, young Master Tang once said that Master Bing can take full control of the army. I wonder. He calmed down. Suddenly, a crazy idea popped up in his mind. And Sai Lei had custom-made new mechanical spirit weapons for them, which were much more powerful than the Mo family's mechanical weapons. Pai Pa had time today, so she came to accompany Mo Wei Tian. Seeing Mo Wei Tian's gratified expression, she said, Ziyu and Wu Wei's strength far surpasses the rest. Ordinary mechanical spirit weapons are no longer suitable for the two of them. So Master Sai Lei specially made 2 sets of mechanical spirit weapons for them. Ziyu's is called Fire Blade, Wu Wei's is called Fearless Ice. Master Bing specially designed a corresponding battle strategy for them, and Master once said if they join hands, they can fight against the martial artists of the Heaven Road's 100 war zones. Time passed quietly. Yi Jiao suddenly thought about Sagittarius Empress warning. The Honorable Martial Alliance only allowed Yi Zhaoge to enter Lupus constellation. Could it be that the Empress had already predicted that Tang Tian would not hand over the safe and sound sword? He did not believe that Tang Tian would make such a decision. So Tang Tian's continuous increase in price to him was just greed.